Welcome back, everybody, to Tabletop Notch.
Yikes.
Tonight is going to be chapter 47 as we work our way towards the half-century mark.
I can't.
50 is gonna be wild.
Wild.
Buck wild.
I'm saving all the good shit.
Yeah.
This is all just filler.
Was it
content.
episode 87 that we always said was going to be the
85?
85 was the like
Yeah. The where everything's gonna happen.
the one that like
We all die at the
every
same time or
thing was
something.
gonna happen.
Suicide pact?
Speak for yourself.
Excuse me?
Oh, I wasn't supposed to tell them that. Sorry, Matt.
We exchanged emails. The group is back in Mukmu. They've received their rewards after a long 46 episodes of chasing Jillian. Zara got real pay. It's
Yeah.
real big payday.
Just gonna
Rolling in it.
What do I need to really figure out?
And we will see what the group is up to in Mukmu. We have a number of leads to follow, a number of things to investigate. Hamza's open to bribes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I gotta hit
a
back
50 gold bribe.
I don't think I ever
He
said.
did not specify.
Yeah,
Well,
nobody
you
said
left
that.
50 gold open.
You withheld.
I withheld about 50 gold. No, I withheld 10 from each of you, so 40.
Right.
Sure.
It better be.
So
Are
we'll
there
see
any
what
days?
What? Oh,
Any
yeah.
days?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
This is a good one. National Matchmaker Day.
Oh.
Go ahead, set someone up. Make a connection.
We'll see if any connections happen in
You never
Mukmu.
know.
You never know.
Teo and Safira.
Okay. No, you are forbidden. You are
Reunited
forbidden.
and
I never
feel
expressed
so
any
good.
interest.
And also
Beezaura.
this week it was National Banana Pudding Day. So that
Wasn't
was
it
really...
also National Dog Day?
Yes, it was. Wednesday was Dog Day. Thursday was National Banana Pudding Day. So it's been a real big week.
We only celebrate Sundays here at
Yeah,
Tabletop
so
Notch.
right.
just Matchmaker Day. And it was like North Carolina Day or something, but I don't know.
Okay.
Shout out to our
If
North
anyone's
Carolina
there,
viewers.
hope you're doing well.
Um,
Happy holidays.
Any other thoughts before we jump into it? Something that may come up at some point through the stream. We have implemented a sort of modified encumbrance system as we've noticed that the group has been accumulating more and more things. So if you hear anyone talking about how many slots an item takes up, we're using sort of a modified system that just categorizes things as small, medium, or large. So people aren't just sort of hoarding things, sort of trying to bridge the gap between realism but also calculating weights is a pain in the ass, so we're not doing that.
Oh, also, there is a new emote pending approval on Twitch.
Pending.
It takes so long.
Takes a long time to
I
get that
submitted
approved.
it like Friday morning, and it is a nice, exciting new emote. Keep an eye if it
Like
gets
2 days?
approved throughout the
That's not
stream. Spam that shit.
Yeah, 2 days.
I'll be keeping
Takes
an eye
forever.
out.
Do you want to say what it was?
Or is it a
I'm gonna
surprise?
be
Oh, you want
surprised.
to?
Obviously.
Excellent.
You'll know when you see
I
it.
was gonna say, it'd be pretty savage if you did a different emote from the one that people were requesting.
Oh, you wanted this? Here's this. Yeah, suck it up.
This is what you get.
Well, I wanted this, so too bad.
Oh,
All right.
Nope, it's still not available.
We're going to roll that intro, and then we'll be back in Mukmu, and we'll see where it takes us. See you on the other side.
Yes.
I was going
It's all
to
over.
Well, you can decide for yourself.
Don't
You
worry.
can change it.
Everything.
You can just
You
do a
can
nice
literally
little turn.
stand in the street and turn around.
You know what? Screw it. I honestly I'm sorry.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, that's correct. Thank you.
In chapter 46, let her speak her piece. We outlasted the barrage of black powder explosives, long enough to give Erland an opportunity to vault over the barricade of dwarven shields and ambush the foreman. Donning her cursed mask for the first time since attuning to it, Orba provided ample firepower from the back lines, though it was a mighty clang from Graven's tolling bell that put the leader down for good. Erland tracked down the lone survivor who had fled in a panic, and we used the hostage to chart a course out of the mines that would circumvent any other laborers or nasty surprises. It took more than a little bit of convincing for Graven to let our captive live, but the rest of the group opted for a stern warning, and we began our trek across the hills of Ravenborn. The Black Lion recall in the Shocky Mountains made for a peaceful trip through the lowlands, though doing so on foot meant slow progress, and we didn't reach the city limits until nightfall. Not knowing who to trust or where was safe to stay, we made camp some ways north of the graveyard, deciding it better to leave our errands to the morning, when the streets would be busier. With the rising of the sun came Graven's urgent need to deposit the head of the Displacer Beast at the offices of the Broken Crown. And while he was collecting the bounty, Orba visited Yannick, whose sickly complexion came with a disappointing recount of the miasma investigation. Evidence of the gases had vanished, which would seem like good news, but it happened before they could determine a source. And eventually, a lack of results meant a lack of funding from the city, forcing Yannick to leave the matter be. Fortunately, we did get a lead on where to find Jillian's contact, Kelsetra, and after the party reassembled, we tried our best to keep a low profile as we made our way to her neighborhood. Kelsetra was terse and had little interest in idle chat, but she had what we ultimately came for. Correspondence from Jillian, who had thankfully escaped the harvesting yard and hunkered down in Tuktu. In a series of letters, both to the group and each of us individually, Jillian thanked us for our service and delivered on her promised rewards. She acknowledged that her fight against the unethical use of myconid products was far from over, but that a period of laying low and consulting allies was in order. Our compensations were substantial, some in money, some in information, some in favors, some in buying time, and we were left to decide whether from here on out our stories would continue to be intertwined. We split up to take care of some business with the intention to regroup at the Scale House that evening, and possibly discuss our plans going forward. Safira had only just separated from the party when she was tracked down by the orphan Derek, who'd come for his payment after providing a map of all the underground access points he could find in Mukmu.
It's probably useless.
And as Safira reveled in her genius at mobilizing a team of juvenile detectives, we asked ourselves, how long would we be staying in Mukmu, now that the need to wait for Jillian was no longer a determining factor? Who among us had good reasons to stick together for the foreseeable future? And is "Can I bribe you?" the new I cast hold person? We find out now
That
in
was a
chapter
direct-
47
Do dig.
of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
That's really my favorite thing.
Whose
That's
name was
policy.
I gonna say?
Jeez.
Erland and Orba head to the northeastern gate of Mukmu,
Got a little time.
an area that the party has had fewer reasons to explore, but one that boasts the most direct road to Tuktu, and for that reason is often heavily trafficked during the prime daylight hours. There's a pair of watchtowers that extend above the city's walls, and guarded areas for inspecting high-volume imports and exports. But the ample presence of guards is currently marked by inactivity, quite a bit of milling about and bored faces, during a time when you'd expect to have plenty of business to attend to. You can imagine it might have something to do with the current lockdown in Tuktu. Anyone whose business extends beyond the 4th precinct is likely to be in a kind of holding pattern, until the principals can decide who is allowed to come and go. Still, some non-committal traffic trickles through the gate without interruption. And if Jillian's instructions are to be heeded, you'll have to head outside the city walls to find the home of Kohar Langolis. You guys are sort of moving along here for a moment as you walk.
I have some guesses, but where are we going?
Oh, we're going to Kohar's house to get that ring off of your pinky toe. Which one did you put it on?
Second toe on my left foot.
That's a really odd choice, but yes, we're going to get it off.
It's the toe least useful for balance, I assumed.
Okay,
Regardless, it seemed to work out well.
that's good. And it's still there, yes?
As far I haven't checked, but Erland sort of.
You can still feel it there, yeah.
Okay. But yes, that is where we are going. He is in a house, a cottage, with some stone ponds in the front yard, I suppose. I didn't get a house number, but it must look distinct.
And have you thought at all about what you'll be doing once, I suppose, you're freed from my side?
Oh, a little bit, yes, but
Where to, Tiefling?
I think I want to share with the group later tonight, actually.
Oh god, are we gonna have some sort of convention about where we're all going to go?
Maybe.
Oh,
Why? Where do you want to go?
I don't know yet. I need to figure out some things this afternoon and evening with your help, I hope.
Like with Marvin Bishop, you mean?
With Marvin Bishop, I mean.
Okay.
I need someone who knows magic in case, you know, last time we were there was a wall of force. I need someone to be able to detect magic. I need
Wait, you want to go back to where Marvin Bishop is, not just...
that depends on after we do this,
Uh-huh.
which I hope should be smooth.
Yes.
We might have a little bit of time to kill until sort of dusk, but I would like to go first to Micah Denholmes with this sword hilt.
Mm-hmm.
Try and get into his library and acquire a copy of GGG, and sort of take it from there. Communicate with Marvin. If he says anything of interest, visit him. I have some questions to ask him, and I don't think we can communicate with him through the book, so
No.
unless he tells us to stay far away, I would like to have a little talking to with him.
All right. I
I
mean,
don't like how wrapped up in all this Grimari is.
Yes. Sounds like he's quite wrapped up in it, Erland.
And I don't like what that means about my freedom to move around. I want to know where that bastard is.
And how does Grimari's involvement in all of this affect you, though?
I don't know. Other than that, I knew him, and that obviously, as I've told you, he probably doesn't like me.
Sure. Okay.
I thought he was stowed away, hidden away or something. Turns out, he's been rather closely associated with what I've been working on, and if I'm to be no longer under Jillian's protection, I would like to know where he is.
But I thought you said Okay.
I'm trying to watch my own back here.
No, I understand. Okay. Okay.
So, obviously going into the Natural Studies Institute will be a little difficult, but we were successful the first time, which is why I asked you again instead of, anyone else.
Okay.
I also trust you for what that is worth.
I trust you too, Erland.
I worry about Micah Denholmes.
Why?
Well, frankly, the Halfling gave me that sword hilt very easily, and I'm sort of afraid that Josco told her something else and that it's a trap or something.
She did give it to you pretty easily.
Very easily, with no questions asked, and that worries me a little bit. So part of me is expecting to unlock it and get zapped like you did.
Yeah, actually, you might get zapped or something. Yeah.
So, again, detecting magic before we enter there might be useful as well.
Okay. That is a fair suspicion.
But, for the moment, let's get this jewelry off of me.
Okay.
You venture beyond the city walls. A wide dirt road, dividing into two small clusters of dwellings. On the left, what appears to be a series of stables, and a couple of large fenced-off areas for horses to roam around. And on your right, a series of homes with a unique appearance. Light gray, almost white stone construction, with mostly flat roofs, and each of them paired with a small garden. Nothing extravagant, but the way they're all matched up, one little garden with one little home, it makes it seem like it has some cultural significance, not just a group of people sort of with similar aesthetic taste. And one of the gardens has a number of small ponds that have been fashioned together using flat stones kind of stacked up to pool the water. You can see that a few varieties of fish have been added to these ponds that hover just below the surface. The door to the house is closed and the curtains to the windows drawn. But from the edges of the frame, a bit of flickering candlelight seeps through. It does appear that someone's home.
Okay. I'm just gonna go up to the door and knock.
You wait for a moment and hear a couple of quiet shuffling. And the door opens. And a familiar man answers the door. He's wearing the same pale blue robe you saw when you met prior to departing from Mukmu, long enough that a foot or more drags along the floor as he walks. When he sees Orba and Erland, an immediate sense of recognition washes over his face. Ah, Jillian's associates. She said to expect you back sometime soon.
Mr. Langolis, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Likewise. Please. And he motions you inside. And you step inside. A very cozy-looking little foyer area. There's a pair of benches with very plush-looking pillows. There's a thick wool carpet beneath your feet. And a dark red curtain is hanging from a brass rod that looks like it serves as like a privacy barrier into the next room. Like you pull it aside and go through. I'm just settling up with my previous client, and then I'll be right out. Please have a seat. He pulls the curtain aside.
Based on where that curtain is, if the client ahead of us is going to exit, is there a way for me to sit so that my back is to it?
Sure. I mean, it would
Like,
be
just
a
what's
little
the
odd.
Oh, so there's not like a chair that's obviously like
No,
facing
it's
away from it?
the room is pretty small. I mean, you could definitely be facing away from it, but it would. I mean,
Can we hear them from where we
give me a
are?
perception check.
11.
11. You hear a very small snip. It sounds like they talk for a little bit, and then they're still talking as it seems like they're getting closer to the curtain. So they're kind of walking their way towards it, and you hear just the last little bit of information.
Is there a
Good.
bookshelf or something?
No, it's very small. It's a little like entrance area. There's two benches, and the curtain to the next room. I mean, there's not much in this.
So there's nothing I can like occupy myself so that so they can't see me?
You could turn towards Orba, so you're turned away from.
Orba takes your shoulders and just
All right.
stations you because she sees what you're doing.
Sure.
There you go.
You hear a little snippet of conversation. That comes out to 75. Yeah, he's 90 to make sure that if I ever come back, I never have to wait again. I always try to accommodate to the best of my ability. And curtains pulled aside. And Orba can see this as he's exiting out. There's a tiefling man, pushes the curtain aside, steps out into the foyer. That at the very first moment when you see him,
Oh no.
you could swear is Teo, the animal trainer. Brownish red skin, antler-style horns. But there's something just the slightest bit off about him. Something about the casual, confident way that he holds himself. And the pristinely kept horns that contrast with Teo's duller ones, which have small imperfections that come with years of manual labor. He steps out and he sees the two of you. Can't see on his face, but he sees the two of you. He's all yours. He starts to move towards the door. He tries to look at you just to get a look at both of you. Are you purposely turning away?
Well, I'm facing
Yes, you
Orba.
are. As he walks to the door, he's kind of looking and walking at the same time, so you kind of would need to turn away.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
keep turning away.
Great, you do so. He kind of gives one last look in. Opens the door. Closes it behind him. Are you ready?
Yep.
Please. And he sort of pulls the curtain aside and motions it.
Okay.
Enter the room. He leads you behind the curtain to another small room. There's a slightly reclined chair in the center, and a few countertops and cabinets around the perimeter. He goes to Erland, and he motions to sit in the chair.
I see.
And he goes over to one of the sort of countertops, and he retrieves a tool that kind of looks like oversized forceps, and on the end it has like a dull clamping portion, like it looks like a little claw. And it doesn't look sharp, but it looks like it would kind of go around a finger or a toe. It has like it has a little groove in the middle that could go around a ring or a toe or a finger or something. And he sort of delicately picks it up, and he walks over to you. Shall we?
Yep.
This is, I assume, as painless and safe as the first go-around?
Yes, the bind will be removed, and then it will take a little bit of time for the magic to fully recede. I recommend that you wait to remove it until tonight or tomorrow morning to be 100% safe. If necessary, you can remove it earlier than that, but it may come with some discomfort and numbness of the foot.
But otherwise, I'll be able to move.
Yes.
As long as we don't remove it early, I'll be able to move as comfortably as I can now.
Even if you remove it early, it may be painful for a short time, but nothing debilitating.
All right.
Takes the thing, and he takes a little clamp, and it fits sort of neatly around the toe. And as he sort of holds it there in the clamp, again, he sort of moves his hand around it, and he sort of is motioning with his hand a little bit. It seems like the magic's sort of pouring into the foot. And as your foot's kind of there, and you're no longer boot and sock, before it had these little blue veins that kind of went out into the toe as the bind was sort of applied. And now as he's sort of retracting it, you can see those little veins sort of slowly retracting back and kind of up into the ring as he removes the magic from it. And it takes not long, a couple of minutes as he sort of stands there quietly. Orba watches on as Erland does it. And then after a little bit, you see his eyes kind of pop open, and he loosens the clamp a little bit, and he lets go. And you look down at it, and all those little sort of blue spider veins have been removed. It still feels snug against the toe, but again, no pain, no discomfort from the sort of feeling. Again, it was a little uncomfortable, it feels a little toe pulley, but nothing sort of painful in that way. That's all. Jillian had already prepaid for this.
Lovely. I'm going to put my sock and boot back on.
Walking around will help. If you continue to move, it will loosen the bind of the ring.
Good. Thank you.
Of course.
You know, I'm a bit of a wizard myself. This is very fascinating, this operation you have. You take clients?
Yes, I perform a few services. Curse removal, binding of items, other small things.
Oh, that's very interesting. Do you have like a rate sheet or anything?
It varies very much depending on the nature of the item, the nature of the curse. There's no sort of specific amount.
But it's all in practicing your magic skills, correct?
In what way?
Every service that you provide is somewhat magic in nature?
Yes. If people have other needs, I usually direct them elsewhere. I provide a very small subset of services.
Do you sell any magical items by any chance?
I do not know.
Where would I go in town to acquire any magical items.
I would try trinketry, I believe.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate this.
Of course.
And the ring will be all right once it has fully removed itself.
It should be unaffected by the bind.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Before I pull open the curtain, we didn't hear the door reopen or anything?
No.
Okay, cool.
Do I tip you?
Like I said, Julian has adequately paid for this service.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'll leave.
You guys are sort of out in the foyer area, or are you exiting it?
I never heard Teo's brother, so I wouldn't know who that was because I didn't see him, right?
You never heard?
I never heard him speak. I
You have never
just
heard
saw
him speak. Yes, you have not
I
heard him.
likely saw him.
I mean, given the clue, you are aware that Teo has a brother, and you sort of saw the other guy in the alley. I mean,
Yeah.
you can put the clues together. It seems like it very well could be.
Yeah, but I didn't see that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess maybe when we reach the scale house, I can have my ring back.
We'll see if it comes off easily. I'm gonna need my, facilities.
Okay, that's fine. That was the man exiting Kohar services as we were waiting. I believe that might have been Teo's brother. Looked
Are we out of
just
earshot of...
You've exited
Yeah.
the house. Yeah.
Oh, we've exited the house. Okay, cool.
looked just like him, just a little more worn out, I would say.
Did he see you?
Saw
The
me.
opposite, actually. The opposite, actually. Teo looked a little sort of worn
Oh,
from physical
sorry.
labor. This guy looked a little polished, a little slick.
Oh,
I want to take a quick look around and see
He
if...
actually-
Do I see him around?
He was.
I'm looking for, hiding people. 21.
hiding
You do
people.
not. I mean, this area is not thickly populated or particularly dense when it comes to the houses. I mean, if he's hiding out of... He wouldn't be able to see you either. There isn't that many places to sort of
Alright.
go.
He saw you.
Yeah.
That's bad.
You think so? He didn't appear to see you.
I can't remember. Did you personally ever see the Lemonade Man?
No.
And you were in disguise when you spoke to Wesley, yes?
Correct.
They might not have a description of you, particularly.
But they might have a description of you.
He didn't see me, I don't think. I had my back to him.
No, I mean of other instances, not just this one. Have you been seen by him?
By Teo's brother?
Or the Lemonade Man?
They may have got a brief glimpse of me, but they didn't see my face or anything, so... I don't think that 2 brief glimpses they're going to be able to put 2 and 2 together. They glimpse people all the time.
It's
Okay.
classic
Alright.
case of the
Well, that's good to know.
If you had seen my face, I'd be significantly worried, but I think that it looked like I was, speaking with you. And we're not
Alright.
being followed as far as I can tell.
Well, perhaps he was... I mean, that's why I was asking him about what services he provides, because clearly it sounds like this tiefling... what, do you know his name? The brother? I can't recall. But it seems like he uses Kohar services quite a lot.
Right, and if he only does, well...
Curses, or... I don't know. I'm not
If
sure.
they're working near the miasma, maybe he feels ill effects of it?
Maybe?
Honestly, I don't even know if it matters at this point. I think what matters is that we stay out of sight, and we perhaps...
Okay. I'm about to head to the lakeside inn if you want to join.
For what purpose?
I wish to speak to someone there.
Well, if I'm coming, you have to give me more information
I'm
than that.
going to speak to Dr. Veto. He's a medium that Gravekeeper Yannick told me I could talk to.
Alright, where's the lakeside inn here? Sorry.
It's the red one.
One.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to pass Micah Denholm's house on the way to the lakeside inn.
Yes, but I thought you wanted to do that.
Let's at least walk past and see, do a quick little brief scouting. If no one's around, we might even be able to sneak in now, but
Okay.
if it's heavily guarded or if it's a populous area, then let's at least walk around and see if we can see where the basement entry might be, just get a sense of it, and then head to the lakeside inn.
Okay. That's fine.
Alright.
You guys begin to go. Mulling over the latest revelations, Graven's walk toward the market area of the sun is a distracted one. More than once he finds himself at the receiving end of annoyed glances and disapproving snorts as he walks directly through groups and pairs of citizens heading in the opposite direction, forced to kind of maneuver around him as he makes no effort to avoid them. It's a fairly standard day in Mukmu. Its inhabitants either unfazed or unaware of the revelations regarding the miasma, and the closer you get to the center of town, the more crowded the streets become. Sticking to the busier thoroughfares, you pass by a house that's under construction, scaffolding that looks like it's going up to almost 3 stories, making it significantly larger than most of the buildings in the area, with the exception of the Natural Studies Institute, which you can see over the rooftops a couple blocks over. Its design is complex, with a wraparound porch, multiple balconies, indicating some degree of wealth for its owner. And there's a fine-robed man with an oiled beard standing near the front, who seems to be overseeing its progress with a dour look on his face. You head further, and you arrive at Trinketry, the small shack with its short stone chimney, rocking chair out front. And in the way that you're accustomed to seeing it, there's far less foot traffic sort of around it compared to the blacksmith or the general goods. It's a specialty store. The front door is cracked open, but there is a sign on it. And as you get closer, you can see and make out what it says. Not currently buying magic items. Sorry. Written, sort of scrawled.
Okay. But it still looks open. It
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
look like boarded up or anything.
No, it definitely does not.
Okay. Inside.
Oh, this music.
Wadu is perched on the stool in the back. He looks to be polishing some kind of crystal or arcane focus that's attached to a small wooden wand. He seems to be kind of rubbing it gently, and you can see a couple other ones sort of laid out in front of him. He seems to be just sort of sprucing up his merchandise. He sort of looks up at you as you enter through the door. Hello, I'm Wadu. Welcome to my shop.
We do. I was here a week or so back with some friends, and I believe you identified a magical object for one of them.
What was it?
I don't remember.
I believe you.
Good. I may have a similar job for you.
Okay.
I'm going to take out the cracked egg
Okay.
and unfold
And
it.
as you take it out, he sort of leans forward.
Now, these two halves fit together seamlessly. And when they do, a sort of message is played.
You can see him kind of thinking and nodding a little bit.
If you must, I suppose you can listen to the message. I'd prefer if you didn't particularly pay attention to it.
I should probably listen to it. He smiles a little bit.
Oh my god.
I would hope you would practice discretion if you do.
He nods.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Maybe if I listen to it.
Follow-up question. Do you know if there's a way to remove this message and reinstate another?
Depends on the nature of the spell, I guess.
How long might this take you?
If I hear the message, I might be able to tell you at least what it is right now.
Is there anybody else in the shop?
No. And from when you put it together before, I mean, as the people are passing by,
It's a small
15
area.
feet, yeah, I mean,
That doesn't reach like out the front of the shop.
no. This place isn't big, but unless someone's here against the window, yeah, I mean,
Erland. Yeah.
I'm gonna hand it to him.
takes it. He sort of looks over a little bit. Looks broken. Okay. He takes the two halves, and he sort of starts to put them together, and he gives you one last look before he does to make sure that you're not going to get mad at him. And he puts them together, and the message begins to play. But where was was that?
Damn it. This is a bad idea.
20 chapters.
Egg message.
And the message plays in sort of broken fragments. Parts of it overlapping, folding into each other. And you can see Wadu trying to sort of follow it as he's listening to it.
Because Graven is one of us. Pieces of my brothers and sisters.
And he sort of starts to talk a few times, but then continues to listen. And after a while, he sort of pulls at it for a bit and stops and sort of pries it apart a little.
I could hear it the whole time.
Yeah, you could hear that as well. Yes, and you can hear that again. The message sounds sort of warped, a little damaged,
A little cracked.
Yes.
Little scramble.
It sounds like you've got an object enchanted with the magic mind spell. Have you heard of magic mouth?
Magic mind or magic mouth? What?
Magic mouth allows you to store a message in an object, and when a certain condition is met, you can hear the message, but you hear it out loud. The magic mind is similar, but the message is communicated telepathically. But the message integrity is tied to the integrity, and he kind of holds it up sadly, of the object.
Is it fixable?
Possibly.
But I would need to be able to cast that spell in order to create a new message. How much do I owe you for the...
It's okay, and he holds it out.
Thank you, Wadu. You're not buying magical items at the moment. Is there a specific reason?
And he looks a little ashamed. I bought an item from a traveler a few days ago. It had some illusion magic in it. It was purchased from my shop soon after that. And the person tried to use it to steal from the broken crown. They failed. Now I'm in trouble. I'm forbidden from acquiring new magic items until I decide if there should be more regulations on what I can buy. I can still sell the ones I have, just can't buy new ones.
Who did you sell it to?
I don't know his name.
Is he in custody now?
I think so.
Do you know if he was successful in stealing from the broken crown?
I would guess not.
Makes sense. Well, thank you for your time.
If you need anything of the ones I have, feel free to let me know.
Well,
And at that moment, he seemed like he was like reaching for some items to show you, and then you kind of turn and he puts them back down.
to leave.
You walk back out in the door.
Is there anybody right at the front?
Like right at the front door?
Yeah. No. Okay. I'm gonna head over to the Witty Smithy.
Okay. For the sake of expediency, is there a conversation you wanted to have, or are you just looking to sell by?
Probably just sell by.
Great. So the wonderful sleuths of Reddit, specifically J. Rob Herring and Inalisk, they have a big thing of like goods and sort of compiled from all the sources. So there's like blacksmith stuff, and there's like general goods too. That like these shops would have these things. So the column that says cost normal, that would be the cost. And then if you're selling things, you're basically selling it for half of the purchase cost.
Okay.
So if you want to take a look at that,
Yeah,
you're welcome
please.
to do that. We can go elsewhere while you sort of take a look.
Sure.
I believe also running errands was Safira, but I don't think you specified where. Were you interested in sort of heading?
I was interested in also heading to Trinketry.
To Trick or Treat. Okay.
Yes.
So you probably Graven sort of was first.
I
and
was
as,
deliberately avoiding him.
Sure. As Graven sort of exits Trinketry, you can see him heading in the direction of the blacksmith, and now you can see him. You don't have to catch his attention. But
I am not going to.
Great.
I am going to just head into Trinketry.
you do so. You start to enter
This
in.
is going well.
And you see Wadu sitting there on his stool. And he seems to be deep in thought at this point. He has the sort of crystals laid out before him, but he's not doing anything with them. He's just kind of like racking his brain a little bit.
Hi, excuse me. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Wadu. Welcome to my shop.
Hi, Wadu. I was wondering, just sort of about your wares. Do you have any sort of like a truth-telling potion of some kind?
Oh. That wouldn't be allowed for me to sell, or for anyone else to sell, which means that if someone sells it, it's probably Wesley.
Okay. Well, I guess cheers then.
Don't tell him that I sent you.
Yeah, I won't.
Okay.
Okay. And Safira's gonna kind of like back out of the store.
You do so. And are you heading to... Or where are you
Such a
at?
terrible idea.
Uh-oh.
Wouldn't I know where to find Wesley or should
Wesley's at the bottle shop.
Yeah.
Yes, he's the jewelry. He's also the one. You don't know. Or does Safira know that Orba went there to talk to him?
We know that he is a... We know he was on the note. A shady, we know he was on the Myconid note.
Yes.
Where are you at?
Yeah, okay, alright. Why not? Y'all are sneaking, so Safira's gonna sneak.
Are you actually asking why not?
I'm gonna head over
Wanted
to
to
the
sleep.
You head over to the bottle shop, and it's not, because of the sort of generally expensive nature of the items, it's not sort of extremely crowded around there, but as you open the door, there are two other patrons in there. One of them's kind of holding up a necklace to a little mirror that's there, and then there's another one who seems to be at the front desk with Wesley, and Wesley is sort of arranging a couple items for them to look at. He looks like he has sort of a display of rings up at the front, and the person's just kind of asking about them, sort of, oh, this one, you know, is there anything in particular that you do?
No, I'm gonna kind of mill around and look like I'm looking at the sort of objects that his sort of wears.
There's a number of bands.
I'm gonna
amulets.
wait until I have a quiet moment
Sure.
with him.
After a minute or so, and he sort of clocks your entrance as you come in and gives you kind of a polite nod, and then goes back to his business. And after that person has kind of selected a ring, it looks like there's an exchange of money, and that person leaves. There's one other person left in, but then Wesley sort of sits up, and you have his attention. Welcome.
So wait, there's still, sorry.
There's one other person still in the shop kind of looking around at some of the
Okay,
goods.
okay.
Is there something I can help you with?
No, not at the moment, sorry, I'm just browsing.
Well, feel free.
Thank you. And I'm gonna kind of continue to browse and wait
Are you
for
waiting
this.
until
yeah, I'm
someone
waiting for this other guy to leave.
After 10-15 minutes or so, the person sort of, it seems like they may have known Wesley, and the man sort of, I'll see you later. Thank you. He nods to him, and the person goes out. Did you find something you like?
No, but I have been looking for something. I'm wondering, you wouldn't happen to know where I might be able to find some kind of a truth-telling potion?
This is a jewelry shop. What makes you think that I would know where to get that?
I'm not sure. Would you know where to get that?
It sounds like an item of contraband. Wouldn't be allowed.
Okay. So you're saying it's impossible?
Well, I'm saying it's impossible.
Okay. Well, I've got money, if that's what you're looking for.
Was it someone who told you that I might have this item?
Well, no, I mean, I'd heard your name before.
Well, I don't know if I would know personally where to acquire something like that, but
Okay.
if you were in need,
I am.
a couple of blocks from here, there's a little opening between a couple of buildings. It leads to an alleyway, and then a little area behind a number of homes. There's a well there. There's a house with a number of wind chimes. I understand that the man who lives there is good at acquiring all kinds of goods upon request. Just have to knock on the door and say, Lufami.
Okay, well, cheers. Thanks for the advice.
Of course. Are you leaving? Or is
Yeah, no, Sarah stands there. She's
he goes back to the...
The best would have been like,
She's just standing there going, no. Okay, yeah, Safira leaves. I don't know what I expected.
Before you go, can you just like cat something off of a shelf and just walk away?
This belongs on the floor. I literally don't know what to do now. I think I'm gonna head sort of back around to where I guess the scale house is.
Okay, sure.
What, maybe I should knock on the lemonades man's door and just see if he wants to have a tea. That would be great.
Don't think you know where his door is, but
No.
if you pass by, I'll let you know.
I'm joking.
And as she sort of heads in the general direction of the scale house, we'll head over to Beezaura, who is moving through the city streets. And where are you headed?
Well, now that I got my thoughts together, I think I was going to go to the scale, and then do I see Safira heading towards there?
No, we're sort of jumping back in time.
Okay.
She went, so you would have gotten there.
I was either going to just go right to the Lakeside Inn or stop, because then I have to go back and forth twice, right?
City's not that big. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, that's true. So long.
I mean, your meetup time is like midnight.
Yeah.
You have tons of time.
What time is it now?
It's like 2:30. It's like early afternoon.
Your feet are gonna be so sore though.
I know. My little legs are gonna get very tired. I guess I'll go by the scale house just to see if it's busy, to see if there are people there, or if not. I don't know what VK looks like. Do I?
I think he's been described to you by Jillian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Certainly that he's a dragonborn. So you would know.
So I will go by and
which is
peek in.
unusual. Right. And separated from the pack after receiving your ample monetary compensation, you head to the scale house, which had just passed the sort of busier lunchtime hours. It's decently attended, but it's not terribly crowded. There's a number of groups sort of relaxing, having a bite to eat, or getting an early start on the evening's drinking. And you can kind of see that the door is mostly open. It seems like they leave it open during the day. Do you look in, go in?
I'll peek in first.
Okay, sort of stand in the doorway a little bit. Oh, yeah.
I dance in and...
Still green.
And as you sort of peek in, you can see behind the bar is a dragonborn. Lizard-like facial features, clawed hands, and scales of coarse bronze complexion. You can see in the back right corner that there's a narrow staircase leading up. There's a thick rope with a hook on the end that's sort of strung across the door frame with a wooden sign that says, "For room availability, ask VK." You guys were sort of made plans to possibly meet here for the night. It seems like they do have rooms. It's not as sort of upscale as the Lakeside Inn, but they have rooms available. And as you kind of just peek in through the door, you see a sort of pleasant tavern atmosphere, no sort of frills about it, but the people here are in generally good spirits. Again, not terribly busy. VK seems to be talking to someone on the other side of the bar, but he's not like sort of actively very busy at the moment, sort of casually leaning.
I will go up to the bar.
Great. Sort of go up to the bar. And he sees you approaching, and he sort of nods to the person that he's talking to, and then he comes over, he sort of puts out his big scaly fingers down on the bar, and leans over. "Hello.
Hello.
What can I get you?"
I think... Do you have any good food here?
We have some. We're doing soup, I think, right now.
Sure, that sounds delicious.
1 silver.
You got it.
He sort of goes over to a big sort of cauldron. What is that? Seems to be kind of a vegetable soup, sort of hot broth. Anything to drink?
Why not? I'll take an ale.
We have golden marmot and wyvern black ale.
What's your favorite?
I prefer the wyvern.
Give me one.
Great. And he goes, 5 copper.
No problem. How are you today?
Excellent. Busy lunch hour.
Good for you.
Sort of a lull now where I can take a break.
Nice. Do you only work here in the city?
Yes, I own the place.
Oh, wow. Impressive. What's your name?
Verkilan, but people call me VK.
Ah. I see. And you have rooms available here?
We do, yes. It's 5 silver a night. Comes with 2 beds.
I might be interested in reserving some rooms. I might be meeting some friends later. It'd be easy for us just to hop right upstairs.
That's fine. I will tell you that in the evening hours, the rooms go rather quickly. So if you want to make sure you have one.
You know what? Why not?
1 room?
1. This would be great.
He goes over, he grabs a key, just has the number 7 kind of on it. He hands out, slides it across the wall.
How much is it?
5 silver for the room, for the night.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Of course.
The soup is delicious.
Please, sit, enjoy. Let me know if you need anything.
Can I actually ask you something?
And he kind of leans back, or even just starting to move away, kind of comes back. Of course.
And, quietly, if you don't mind.
He kind of leans over with his big neck across him.
I'm gonna take out the bees.
Sure.
Do you recognize this at all?
He gives it a look. Jillian's friend.
Possibly.
The one with an interest in a bit of chess.
I would say so.
What would you like to know? I told Jillian most of what I'd heard.
Well, she didn't really seem to know much. Did you make any other impressions of what it is?
Not a lot, but you might be in luck.
Oh yeah.
Up until just a couple of days ago, I wouldn't have had anything new to report. But that group that had the drawing, they've started showing back up. Came in each of the last 2 nights. They get real quiet whenever myself or any of the servers get close. They seem to be in a very bad mood. And I heard one of them say, "We waited too long."
We waited too long.
Don't know what it means. Like I said, I don't recognize them.
And you don't know any of those people? Or what their group is called?
If you'd like to swing by in the evening, I can point them out to you if they're here.
What time do they usually come by?
Supper time. 7, 8 o'clock.
I might be in the mood for another bowl of soup.
Happy to point them out, but I will say that they seem to value their privacy.
Do you think they know who I am?
I've no reason to believe that.
Okay. Well, how many did you say there were?
There was 3 men and 2 women. All human except for 1 elven man.
3 men. We waited too long. And you don't know anything else about chess pieces in this town, do you?
Only that there aren't too many that like to talk about it.
I've also heard that as well. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, and you can take up to your room anytime you like.
Thank
There's
you.
no one in there at the moment.
Wonderful. And I'll definitely be back later.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Turns back, so heads down. You have a moment here to yourself.
Waited too long. I'm just gonna finish eating and write that down on the back of the parchment and whatever. And then gather up, give him a nod, and head out.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the lakeside.
Head to the lakeside. Excellent. We will head back to Orba and Erland, who likewise are making their way to the lakeside. But taking a route that sort of takes them not past Wadoo. Wrong music.
Oh.
If you like.
Sad.
They walk past the door. I hear it.
And you're moving down the streets in a way that sort of gets you to where you believe Micah Denholm's house to be. You return to the site of what you previously saw incinerated, the home, caught on fire. And you're in awe of the progress that they've made in the weeks since you last saw it. It must have taken dozens of laborers working long hours to clear the area of the crumbling and charred debris, and then refortify the foundation to begin construction on what is coming along to be a bigger and grander version of the original. It's a testament to both the city's rapid response to the fire and the deep pockets of the owner, who has clearly placed a premium on expediting the process. The houses immediately to the left and right, while not critically damaged, still bear some of the imperfections left over from the fire. Singed areas of wood, dirty window exteriors that haven't been attended to yet. And as Graven saw, not that you know this, there is a man standing out front in a fine robe, sort of touching his well-oiled beard and looking up at the progress being made.
Do I recognize him?
You do. It looks like McDonough.
Is he a human man?
He's a human.
Orba's gonna tug at Erland's cloak. That's Micah.
What do you, I want to be like, we're far enough away from him that we can have a conversation.
Busy city streets.
All right. Very quickly, what do we know about Micah Denholm?
He's a very rich man, and his house burned down.
All
And
right.
he's kind of a racist.
What was that last bit?
Doesn't like halflings.
All right. How do you know that?
I told you I spoke to him when his house burned down.
Oh, right. All right. He was also on the list that Uriel
Yes.
left, so he's involved in some nefarious deeds of some sort, perhaps.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
That's what rich people do, don't they?
It seems in Anti-Suyu that is the case, yes.
Yes.
Got a couple nice wealthy people.
Oh, talk about racists.
Is it obvious as to where, like, from where we are right now, we're in front of the house, right? Is it obvious to see if there is, like, an outdoor entrance to a basement or anything?
Give me a perception check.
9.
You certainly don't see one. I mean, on the outside. There's like a lot of scaffolding things as they're starting to build up the main portion of the house, and it's hard to see into the interior. You certainly don't see a way down that you can immediately
Now,
identify.
Erland, I know this isn't really your way of going about things, but did you ever just consider showing him the hilt?
That's what I'm thinking now. I remain worried that this is a terrible, terrible trap.
It's Jasko. Jasko helped me, don't forget that.
He doesn't like me, though.
Well, you just kind of bugged him.
Alright. So,
Do we think this is a timely matter, getting the book?
yes. And I'm worried about trying to break in at night. If it's under construction and he's wealthy, I assume he's going to have some sort of guards.
I agree.
And the basement may be hidden, and I suppose, worst case scenario, we can still try and break in at night, even if he, this conversation goes badly.
Yes.
Should I go alone just so that he doesn't see you, so that...
He doesn't really know who I am.
I just mean if we want to try and break in later.
Oh, I can just disguise myself. I'll go with you.
Alright. Alright. Ugh. I hate being forthright. Okay.
Would you like me to do it?
No.
I'm nice.
Alright, sure. Alright. Again, I worry if it's a trap. I don't want it to, I don't want the sword hilt to grow and then stab you or something.
Well, that would be unfortunate, yes.
I'll hold the hilt if you want to do the talking.
Okay.
Okay. Ugh. Alright.
It's okay. It'll be alright.
Is this what it feels like to be honest all the time?
You'll get over it.
So we're gonna go up to him.
He's surveying the progress, and he seems to be kind of tilting his head and thumbing his chin a little as he kind of looks on.
Well, it's nice to see you won't be displaced for too much longer, sir.
Yes. The progress is acceptable.
Are you still at the Lakeside Inn?
I'm sorry, do I know you?
Your first evening staying the night there. We shared some wine and cheese.
Sure.
I have a question for you, actually. It's a small world, and I believe yours and mine have crossed slightly.
Terrific. What is it?
Erland?
I believe we have a mutual friend in Josko Tibbets.
I've heard the name Josko Tibbets, but that is not a friend.
Oh, all right. Well, he gave us this sword hilt, and I'm going to pull out the sword hilt. Isn't it literally just a hilt?
There's no blade or anything.
That's just funny.
He gave us this sword hilt and said that if we showed it to you, he would know it was from you, and perhaps you may grant us access to your basement library. We're looking for a specific book.
I've no idea what that is, and I don't have a basement library.
All right. Does it seem like he's hiding something?
Make an insight check.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Try again.
Nat 20.
Oh my god.
It seems like he said he didn't know what that was. That seemed true. It sounds like if he doesn't have a basement library, there is something in the basement. There was a little hitch in what he said. It seems like there might be something that he doesn't want everybody to know, but you don't know exactly what it is about.
Look, it's entirely possible that Josco, he's a prankster. If you've met him.
I only know of him because my paint supplier will often go missing for weeks at a time. Apparently pays very well to have the rare paints delivered to him in the mountains.
Are you a painter?
I am.
What do you paint?
All kinds of things.
Look, he may have thrown us for a bit of a loop, but we are looking for a specific book, and I do believe that he said you might have a copy of it and we'd be willing to pay quite a handsome sum for it.
I don't have a particularly large collection of books, and as you can see, my house burned down. What are you looking for?
This basement, secret basement area that you almost certainly have.
My basement is for my collection of rare wines.
Oh, you're a wine connoisseur as well.
I am.
What's your favorite wine?
The Molifer S is very good.
I prefer the MacLeod myself, but...
Sure.
Regardless, this hilt means nothing to you?
It does not.
Alright, so Josco has clearly lied to us and made a bit of a fool of us. Do you have a substantial library at all?
I have a few books. Most of them didn't make it through.
And no books were stored in your library?
Like I said, not a library.
Sorry, in your basement?
No.
Can I see if any books were stored in his basement? Or is that sort of...
trying to see if that's true?
I want to see if it's
Yeah,
true,
make an insight
whether or not books are stored in his basement. That's less fun. 10.
I mean, he did not seem just in any indications going off of what you sort of detected before. Nothing about like rare books has sort of gotten him defensive or piqued his interest at all.
Tiefling, anything?
You don't have any books by Grimari, do you?
No.
Really? That's
Scientific
surprising.
books, not interesting.
Oh. Okay, so no non-fiction then, huh?
Not usually. Grimari doesn't usually write non-fiction, if I understand.
What?
Grimari writes... Do you know what non-fiction means?
Perhaps I don't know who Grimari is.
Well, that doesn't sound right.
Perhaps I don't want to talk to you about Grimari.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, as always, it's lovely talking to you, Micah, and good luck with your house.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll start walking away. Okay, so we're breaking into that fucker's house later, yes?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I'd like to also go to Trinketry to see if this sword hilt is anything or if Beezaura just simply was having a laugh.
She might have been having a bit of a laugh at us, yes.
I mean, it's expected at this point. All right, can we stop by Trinketry to see if this has any sort of magic to it? It is a lovely hilt. I'm sure it's not nothing.
I do really like what do.
A brief trip and then circle up to Lakeside
To Beto,
Inn?
promise?
What?
And then I get to go to the Lakeside
Yes,
Inn?
we can try and break into his house at night or in the evening. All right. Ugh. To Trinketry then.
Okay.
You guys start to head in that direction. While they're walking, have you sort of seen anything you wanted, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was debating selling multiple things, but I think I'm just going to sell my old nasty shield.
Sure.
But I think that's pretty much it. Would they have anything? Sorry, I should have looked.
No, it's okay.
Simple, like just a little coin sack.
Yeah, you could buy that.
Okay. So I'm gonna.
Is there nothing on there that's like a pouch or something?
I didn't
Under.
look.
Yeah, I think there is. It's not expensive.
Materials: leather, armor, bracers, and clothing. Sorry. Tattoo.
Have not found a tattoo artist.
We see Graven later. He's got
Yeah.
full sleeve. Nice.
Pouch. Okay.
Just the regular
Sack.
price, normal.
I'll just take it.
Just take a little sack.
Why?
Little
Why?
So one copper piece, and then my my beep-a-deep-a-doo. My shield was worth like 5 gold. So I have that. Alright, so I lose a copper and gain a gold.
And where 5 gold?
Fucking
Was the buying price 10 gold? Is that what it was?
Yes.
So
the buying-
selling price.
Yeah.
5. Yep.
So
great. So where are you headed after sort of?
So now I'm gonna head back over to the Broken Crown.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, as I'm going, I'm gonna take 15 gold and put it in my new little sack.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Great. You start to head over there, and again you see the kind of sort of maybe slightly increased Broken Crown activity. It's fairly busy at this time of day around the Broken Crown station. Get to that end of the city, the walled-off section, little flurries of uniforms, the different moon and sun city guard colors, and you get to the civilian inquiries office. And as you start to approach, Hamza looks like he's in the middle of helping someone else. And they're sort of, he's like pointing to a contract, looks like he's sort of reading it to the other man. And he reads it a little bit and says a couple things, and then he catches you kind of out of the corner of his eye. And as he's sort of still talking to the man, he kind of leans back and just with one hand kind of pushes the door so it almost closes. It doesn't close fully, but it gets pretty close to fully closed. And then he seems to finish his business with the man. And then he sort of sits there and waits. I'm Supervisor Hamza. Can I help you?
I'm just gonna take out my little 15 gold sack and like put it on his little desk and just look forward.
He takes it. And he looks in. I have 3 contracts available that are for citizens only. And he slides the pouch a little back towards you. 10 gold per contract or 25 for all 3.
Pretty good.
Take the pouch and put 10 more.
And he sort of reaches down. He looks like he might have kind of had this prepped. He reaches into a drawer and takes a little piece of paper, once again kind of looking back and looking past you to see if anyone else is coming. If and when you turn these in, you should make a point of stating that you didn't get the contract from here. Tell them that you did the task on your own and that someone suggested you should report them here. They'll ask who referred you, and you should give them the name of any random citizen. They'll record it, but they won't go out of their way to verify. He takes his little paper. And he doesn't want to sort of let you have the paper because he doesn't want to give the evidence up, but he holds it so you can read it, so he's showing you that he's not making it up, and he sort of quietly reads it to you.
Okay.
Item 1. Someone is looking to have a creature discreetly removed from their basement. They brought it back as an exotic pet, and it's causing problems. Further information can be attained from its owner at house number MS44 in the Sun. It's a few blocks north of the Lakeside Inn. Experience with the handling of dangerous creatures is recommended. 75 gold with the possibility for more, depending on the manner of its removal. Item 2. One of the Langoliran wants help transporting an item to Tuktu's 4th precinct. The item is said to be cursed, so carrying it may come with side effects. But the owner assures us that upon delivery the curse will not remain. The community of the Langoliran can be found just outside of the northeast gate, and you can ask anyone there about the contract. 125 gold for the safe transfer of the item. Item 3 is an open government contract. Now, this one was only open to a very select group of reputable bounty seekers, so be careful who you speak to about this. The city of Mukmu wants to know how Quentin Pham was able to afford the purchase of the Eckerd estate. It's a very large building to the southeast of the Natural Studies Institute. Quentin claims he obtained the money through donations from concerned citizens in the Moon. The belief is that he is starting some kind of secondary reservation center to address the needs of the Moon. But the city finds it highly doubtful that he was able to raise enough money this way, purely on donations, and he is not a wealthy man. Useful information should be reported to Standing Sergeant Uriel, and the reward is variable based on the scope and validity of your findings. And he crumples up the paper and kind of stuffs it in his pocket.
Good. I'll turn.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna have a walk
Okay.
to the general direction.
No. No.
M446.
Oh,
No, that's bad.
Is that the basement?
Solomon Wyland's
That's
house.
Solomon Wyland's house. I'm just gonna go in that direction.
Sure.
And just take a look.
Start down that direction.
Yeah.
The head of the Wakafuyu.
Oh, good.
Good idea.
And we will go to the Lakeside Inn, where the first to arrive, sort of based on the errands. Beezaura only kind of made a quick detour to the Scale House, so it's her that arrives first. And passing through the doors of the Lakeside Inn is a comforting and familiar feeling. It opens up into the lobby with its simple but sturdy tables, and a few patrons are kind of milling about over near the kitchen area. Windows open, small stack of dirty plates resting on the counter. And to your right, as if he'd never left the spot, is Prescott,
My good friend.
standing at his lectern and currently in the process of handing over a set of keys to a young couple who thank him and then sort of head up the stairs past him.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Do you remember me?
You were a patron perhaps a week ago or so.
That is correct.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. Do you happen to have a room available?
We do, yes, we have rooms available.
I would like one.
Excellent. 8 silver for the night.
Sure.
Takes the letter,
Throw money like
hands over the key.
I'll go around the city.
6H is the key.
6H. Thank you so much.
Of course.
The chef working here is the same one as the week ago.
We have 3 that come in at different times of the day, so it depends.
I just borrowed something and I wanted to return it.
I'm happy to put it back in his possession.
I'll go see if he's here.
Oh,
Sure. Thank you.
yes.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thank you. I'm gonna go.
As you kind of wander over there, it doesn't look like it's the same guy right
Oh, okay.
now. Again, I think when you borrowed it, it was later in the evening. if I
Yeah,
remember
maybe-
correctly. Yeah, so it might be based on time of
Okay.
day. So it
So I'll
doesn't
just-
seem like the same guy. Right
I'll just look and see he's not there, and then I'll just go upstairs.
Head upstairs. And you can hear a little bit of noise coming from some of the other rooms. People who clearly seems to be pretty popular here at the moment. It's fairly busy. Head to the room,
Go into the room.
open it up, and you see a very sort of similar, it's not the same exact room, but a very similar sight to what you saw before. A cozy little room, the commendations are pretty good. Sort of puffed down on the bed, and it has a good kind of soft wool sort of mattress.
I take my bag off and just lay down for a second. Just like enjoy being there for a moment.
You do so.
And then I'm
Oh my boy.
okay. I'm like, all right, well, and make sure I shut the door.
Yeah.
Okay. There's only one thing to do before anyone else shows up. Let's see what this is about. And I'm gonna open my bag and take out the copy of GGG.
Okay. You do so.
And-
What?
Yeah.
And open it to, I know the page, right?
Yeah, you have the page.
And I'm gonna open it to
Page
216.
216. And immediately upon kind of looking over the text of the page, at first it seems very, very similar. It like you see a lot of the same words, the structure of it's the same, but you sort of are pulled to 2 portions of the page that you sort of remember from the original sort of had meaning to them. First of all, the letters along the left side, the sort of bolded red letters, seem to be different. And secondly, the paragraph at the end that mentioned in the previous one, the Natural Studies Institute, which is sort of what drove you to there in the first place, appears to be different as well.
Johnny, okay?
No. I literally.
Thank you.
And that's what it looks like.
I can feel your blood pressure from here.
And while she has a moment to sort of look it over, we will go to Trinketry, where Erland and Orba have made their way. It's not far from McDonough's house.
Just gotta reset a little bit. We have a copy of this. It's fine. It's fine.
And you guys walk through the door. And Wadu sort of looks up. Hello, I'm Wadu. Welcome to my... Hello!
Hello. Hi.
Did you use it?
Yeah.
And?
Is really cool.
I'm jealous.
Wait, but why are you not selling magical items?
Oh, I told your friend. I bought an item from a traveler a few days ago. Had some illusion magic in it. Someone used it to try and steal. Now I'm in trouble.
Well, that doesn't seem very fair to you.
I hope they won't stop me from acquiring more items.
Well, they better not. Or they're gonna have to talk to me while I wear my mask.
Okay.
Haha. Which friend came to visit you?
The tall one, the Goliath.
Oh, wonderful. Did he buy some nice things for himself, I hope?
No, he asked me to identify something.
What?
And he sees your interest. Nothing.
You're a very smart man, with you. Okay, did you want to do anything?
Yes, two things. One, I have this sword hilt. It might be nothing. I was curious if it has any sort of magical properties at all, what they are. I'm gonna give him the hilt.
It will take me time to see if it's magic.
How long, roughly?
10 minutes, and then if you want to know the nature of its magic, longer than that.
Wait, Erland, you just needed to see if it was magical?
No, I want to see if if you can identify the magic. Is that something you can do?
Yeah.
What, the type of magic as well?
I can identify the school in which it comes from. I cannot identify
If it has like
a spell.
magical properties,
Yeah.
she can't tell exactly what the properties are, but she can tell if it's magical.
Right. Is that something that... Can you do anything more than identify the school?
He can
I can
identify
Tell
very
you what
specific-
properties it has specifically. If it's magic.
Okay,
Well, now you're in an awkward position, aren't you?
Well, I guess. Can you find out if it's magic, and then if it is magic, then we maybe ask him for more specifics.
Okay. But I have things for you though, so don't think we're.
I also would like to potentially buy something from you as well.
Okay.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. Rather simple. Do you have anything at all really that would increase vitality or anything like that?
Don't know if I have exactly what you're looking for. You can take a look.
Sure.
He takes out from like underneath the desk an array of items. And he sort of goes into sort of an explanation of the ones. I'm going to give it to you for the sake of ease. And he points specific. There's more than he sort of points to, but your request about vitality, he sort of points to a couple of them more specifically.
Oh.
So there's 6 items. 3 rings, a necklace, a belt, and then sort of a little black pouch. And he specifically points you to the necklace, the pearl ring, and the belt. Seeming that might come close to fulfilling sort of what you're requesting.
All right. Well, I'm looking at this. You can do whatever you need to do.
Okay. We do.
Yes,
Do you purchase quartz? I have some quartz.
I can, yes.
Yeah. I got 5 big things of quartz.
So, are you looking to sell just for me? Are you looking to sell all of them? Are you...
Could he also just, I don't know how much it would be, can he grind up like half of it for some gemstone powder?
Yeah, so it costs money to get things ground
into
powder. Yeah.
So if and like would half of one be a lot of gemstone powder? Or?
It depends on what it, like some spells require X amount of powder, so...
I don't really have any that require anything at this point though, so like, is getting gemstone powder, does that make no sense?
I mean, only if you think you might need it. So.
Well, it's from the Wall of Force spell, so maybe. Okay, so...
And he sort of takes a little look at them, he sort of holds it over his hand, he's sort of inspecting sort of how much of the ratio of rock to quartz sort of in these chunks.
Yeah.
Alright. Give you 25 for each chunk.
And then turning maybe half of one into powder, how much would that cost me?
10.
10 gold? So 20. So then, if I sell you 4, that's 100.
Yes.
And then grinding up half of the other,
Yes.
so that's 90. And then I sell you half of one. Does that work?
Sure.
So 102? Okay, I do that.
You make the exchange. And he takes out a little device that Erland actually, it doesn't look exactly the same since it's a much smaller version, but it's a device that looks kind of similar to the rock crushers that you saw back at the harvesting yard. It's a much smaller version that has kind of a hand crank, and he looks like he's sort of going over, he takes a little hammer and he sort of breaks it into a couple little pieces to get it smaller, and then he puts it in this little sort of grinding device that sort of grinds it down into a powder.
That's pretty cool. That is wonderful. Thank you very much. And yeah,
You don't have anything else for me to look at, do you?
like for you to look at magically.
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think so.
That's okay.
I got a new spell book. Would you like to see it?
Oh, okay.
And I'll show him the copy.
There's nothing in it yet, but I plan on putting something in it.
That looks like the one I sold.
Oh, really? It's very nice. Who'd you sell it to?
Woman, red hair.
Yeah, she's nice. No, I have nothing else exciting to show you, Adu.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
The belt. How much is the belt?
Let me just get out the prices.
Do you see anything for me, Erland?
You can take a look too, I suppose.
Okay.
175.
All right. Can you remind me how attunement works? How do I?
You just during a short rest you can attune to an item, and
Okay.
when it's attuned, you get the property. So it's just to prevent people from like handing the item to someone else and then immediately being able to use it.
So I can be attuned to multiple.
You can be
things.
attuned to 3 items. Yep.
Okay, cool.
You can do it on a long rest too, right? Doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I just mean at minimum you have to. I don't know. Sure.
And I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh come on. There we go. Hit die are what you like. So this one is like it's if I have hit die remaining.
Yes.
Okay. All right. 175 for the belt.
Yep.
Am I about to spend some money here?
Ooh! Oh my goodness.
You're gonna be like Sokka with his belt.
10 or more. No.
I deserve the belt.
You mean the bag?
Oh, the bag. Yeah. Well, he matches it with the belt from the.
Oh, that's right.
wrestling.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy the belt.
Oh my god.
Would you like to read it?
Yeah.
Since you're
Yeah, what does
requiring
the
it,
belt do?
please?
So minor restoration girdle.
Oh my god. You just bought a girdle.
This item contains 4 weak healing nodes. As an action, the wearer can use 1 node to heal 1d4 hit points at touch range. So I assume I can heal myself or someone near
Heal
me.
yourself.
The item regains 1d4 charges after a long rest.
That's nice.
That's
What was
nice.
that? They
1d4 charges, and it regains 1d4 hit charges after a long rest.
That's cool.
Oh wow! So if you use all 4 and you roll a 4 on a long rest, you might
recharge
get
all
all
4
4.
after a long rest. Yep.
175?
Wow.
Or what was it? 1
Nice girl.
175. Yep.
Bonus action to use it or
No action.
Wadu, may I see as
It's
well?
crap.
May I see as well?
Yes,
Wadu?
of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course, yes.
Now it's like
wanna see all the
now I feel stupid. Graven was so disappointed he left.
Oh, Graven.
Oh, that's the one I didn't read. It started with, if you're a spellcaster, and I was like, fish pond.
What is that?
Do you guys need a second? We can.
Well, Tiefling, I know you're looking at the wares, but did you want to see if this was magical?
I do feel rather rude doing it in his shop if we wouldn't mind taking a step outside.
And he looks a little. And he's like,
Do you
"It's okay."
really?
Yeah.
Do you not want to? You can compare notes on how you do it, perhaps?
That's all right. It's sort of like going into a blacksmith and building a sword.
How much is it for you to detect magic on this?
5 gold. He said you could do it.
So rude. It's so rude. It's literally
We're
like
just
walking
going
to a
to-
sandwich place with a sandwich.
I'm sorry, I appreciate you selling this to me, but we are going to detect magic real quick here.
Okay.
It's rude.
Then we'll step outside.
Yes, then we will step outside.
All right, we'll step outside.
How much is the ring, Wadu?
There's multiple rings with one.
The Rock of Persistence?
275.
Wow!
I don't even have that.
We're going to succeed on the saving throw because.
You'll find that magic items are expensive. They're not meant for you to buy all of them. Pick and
Okay.
choose.
I will think about that one, Wadu, because that sounds very interesting. Thank you so much. Well, we might be back very shortly. I do apologize. It's very rude.
That's okay.
Okay, I see you soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Hi.
you.
Can you guys step out for a moment? Beezaura, how we doing over there?
There's a lot of information to take in.
It would help if you had another set of eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think I'll try to figure it out myself. I don't even know what to say. Sorry, I wasn't.
That's okay. I mean, are you going anywhere? Are you doing anything? now that you've sort of looked it over.
I mean, I'm just looking at it and then like flipping through the pages just to see if there's anything else that is happening.
Nothing else about the other pages looks different, and again, as far as you're aware, the spell only applies to the one page. So.
Right. Okay. Well.
Do you want to get your biggest liar trophy out so that you can hand it over to her? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Let's relax.
Chapter 2. Since chapter 2.
Alright.
Looking for this book.
I mean, I just didn't know if you were headed. Are you staying here? Or just
Yeah, that's where it was going.
I'm gonna stay here for now. I'm like trying to digest this.
It's okay.
I mean, like, I don't know if I can ask you this, but is there anything? I don't know what to even say.
I mean, again, other than the new letters along the side
Yeah.
and the last paragraph, it seems extremely
Extremely
similar.
similar.
Yeah, it seems like again, like as before, it's purposely written in a way that, unless you knew what you were looking for, it wouldn't seem suspicious. In the
Right.
book. Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is killing me.
You!
We're a team, man.
We are.
Okay. Well, if I let me continue, I guess I know how to do that. Just, I mean, I'm by myself, so what am I gonna do? Talk to myself?
Are you planning on waiting here? Because this is not where you told the party you were waiting. Not that it's midnight.
No, yeah, I know. I don't know.
All right. Well,
Yeah, give me a
good luck.
guess.
Great. We'll even go back to Drink and Tree for a second. So you take a moment, sort of outside the shop. It is not magic in any way.
We've been had.
Well, I sort of figured. He has a basement that he's hiding from us, I'm sure of that.
Right, but now that we know that there's no key to a thing.
The top still looks like a key, right? Like it looks like it fits into something.
Yes.
It's not like it doesn't look like a broken sword.
No,
hilt.
it looks deliberate.
It's a key to something.
So you just want to break into this random man's house and see what he has to hide?
We
might not even have
could
to-
confront the halfling and ask if she knows anything more about it that she's not telling us.
Okay.
I don't know where she is though, so that might be pointless.
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask her. I don't know if she likes you very much.
I don't care.
Okay.
Alright, where are we going now? We have to wait until at least dusk before we go into the Natural Studies
We're going
Institute.
to Bethel. We're going to Lakeside.
Alright, yes.
I'll pop my head in. It wasn't magic with you, but I'll see you soon.
Oh, that's too bad.
Maybe I find something fun for you later.
Okay, I can't buy it.
But you could look at it.
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
They give him a wave through the window.
No, it's too good. You guys start to head over. And as you guys are kind of heading over, just as you're about to, you see kind of the street opens up a little bit in this sort of nicer area of town, and you can see the Lakeside Inn a couple blocks down, and at that moment you can see Safira looks like she's about to head through the door of the Lakeside Inn. So you can holler to her, or she doesn't see you, she sort of has her back to you, or...
She's going to Lakeside Inn?
Isn't that where you were headed? Yes.
Yeah, I was having sort of.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
Sorry, I thought that was...
Oh, no,
Do you-
that's fine.
Do you want this conversation to be private?
Well, it doesn't need to be private, but the whole group just sitting around makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. I guess we could just go in and see where she's going.
Follow me?
Well,
You're going in. I don't even know what this is about.
yeah,
I'm just killing time until dusk at this point.
which now we don't even have to do, apparently.
Well, again, regardless of whether or not we're breaking into McDonough's house, we likely need to speak to Marvin Bishop himself, so breaking into the Natural Studies Institute's the plan later.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, alright, you're welcome to join me.
Alright, thank you.
But, look, we spoke about trust earlier, right?
Yes?
I trust you, Erland. And it's nice to know that you trust me. And part of my plan tonight is to trust everybody else as well. With plans and things. This is part of it. If you could actually keep whatever you learned to yourself for now.
Alright.
Truth be told, I'm a little frightened of what this conversation will be about, so
Okay.
thank you. Alright, I'm going.
Start to head to that direction. I'm gonna go briefly over. Your directions to house M446
I'm so mad at you.
takes you around to the far side of the Lakafuyi Temple and down a small side street where, a good distance from the main square and somewhat insulated from the closest gate, it gets very quiet, sort of a pleasant, quiet atmosphere back here. The houses are modest, and the road is kind of more gravel than cobblestone. But it seems like a nice place to enjoy the benefits of living in the city without the constant bustle. Most of the homes have a little front yard, and you can see 2 children bobbing back and forth on a seesaw a little ways up to your left. M446 isn't any different in any particular way. It does have a couple wooden lattices with vines growing up alongside them to the second floor. And there's a sign on the door. Not a posted parchment, but a carved and painted piece of wood that says, "Speak to all, ask for nothing." And you've seen this before. It's a popular Lakafuyu sort of platitude statement of Lakafuyu. And you're sort of standing in the street. You haven't approached the property, but you can see it.
I don't see anybody outside, out front.
There was a couple kids. You passed by a couple people walking back and forth.
Can I see anybody through the window?
No. Looks like there's curtains drawn.
I'm gonna go up and knock on the door.
You're gonna go start. As you start to walk up, you get to this sort of like offshoot little walkway that leads up to his kind of porch or the front door. And your left hand starts to get tight and hot.
I'll stop.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw with a difficulty of 3.
What?
So I get -3.
No.
What is... I have to roll 3 die?
No, you have to roll 3 or better on a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That sounds like a challenge in a way.
Aren't you a +3?
I have a +5.
Go ahead.
It's gonna get increasingly
Oh no,
difficult,
I don't like
guys.
this. I don't like this.
24.
You squeeze your hand. And the heat goes away a little bit.
A little bit, but it's still there.
It's still like a little warm. And you're sort of now standing a little bit on the walkway, not quite up to the door.
Take one more step.
You get another step closer, and it warms a little bit, not a lot more.
Am I close enough to knock on the door?
Another 5 steps or so.
Oh gosh.
Now do I see anybody in the windows? Any people around? Not really.
There, you passed a couple people on the street, but again, this is sort of like a little dead-end sort of street that goes all the way down.
Take a few more steps towards the door.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. Difficulty of 5.
8.
Yo.
And again, you feel that pulse of heat and you suppress it again. Squeeze. And you're up to the door.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Another pulse of heat. Make a wisdom saving throw. Difficulty of 7.
I hate you so much.
Come on, dude.
21.
Another pulse of heat and you suppress it once again. And that's where we're gonna go to a break.
Oh my god.
As Graven contemplates where he is and what he's doing, and the heat starts to rise a little more intense each time as it pulses through his hand.
Yo.
Wow.
Oh my god.
And
I'm so
that's
mad
where
at
we'll come back.
all of you.
Bad boys and girls here on this table. We got bad boys and girls.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. We're sort of in a little
Yes,
crossroads
I
here as
appreciate
everyone figures out what they're doing.
Is it to murder them? Because
Both of them?
After
That table. That table's in timeout.
Yeah.
We've changed.
How the turntable.
I'm so upset.
Oh my god.
I know I'm sweating.
Yep.
I mean, it's hot.
That's
but
what
I'm
traders
upset.
do.
Sweat.
Yeah.
A
Sweat.
classic sign
Yeah.
of treacherism.
Yeah, I'm just a dum-dum. You're a traitor. That's true.
Yeah. Session 0, we've been looking for that.
Session
0.
Well,
Should have been nicer
I
to her.
got it.
You should have been
I'm
nicer.
plenty nice to her.
I wasn't sorry.
You know,
As we contemplate who was nice to who over our
I was nice.
we will
Oh
be
my
back
God.
after our little break, and we'll see everybody on the other side.
Yeah, the high road remains
Finding out what happens in Mukmu. A couple of errands being taken care of, and now a couple of
Still
juicier tidbits.
I'm just gonna dodge everybody from the
I'm
tumor.
gonna have
It's just like I hear them coming.
You got rooms at both places. You can just go to the scale house and go back to the
Yeah,
inn.
you're
Summer at the scale house, winter at the inn.
Thank you guys
out.
so much. We will see you on the other side, and we pick it up there. Be right back. Oh, we're back, by the way.
Oh, hey.
Welcome back, everybody. You know what? I mean, you don't know
We're
what exactly, but
matchmaking.
you guys saw those things.
I know.
I thought you were gonna throw that in his face and be like, "I know what that is."
No, what?
What?
Not you,
Oh.
Lufan. I thought she was gonna be like,
Oh, I
Me too.
see.
I said to him, I was like, I would walk in and be like, I am not a
This is
fool.
what?
And like, just walk away and be like, I am not a fool.
I have already
Maybe I-
drawn enough attention to myself.
"Welcome back, everybody." Yeah, we return to chapter 47 of A Peek Beneath the Veil. We're currently in Mukmu, getting some business taken care of.
Aren't we?
Is that what we call it?
Following a few leads, running a few errands, acquired a nice magic item.
Stirring the pot a bit.
Yep, pots being stirred. Pots are being stirred all over
All
town.
over the place.
There's soup.
The soup was a metaphor.
The soup is up.
For my butthole. Oh.
Yum.
And so, we return to the northeastern sector of Mukmu, in the moon, where Graven has begun to approach the House of Solomon Wyland, who he's been told potentially has information regarding the disappearance of Lady Sangrila. Graven sort of fighting the pulses of heat that come in bursts through his arm. Tries to keep himself sort of cool, loose. He's just knocked on the door. There's a moment. And the door opens. And Solomon himself answers the door. And you recognize him. And he looks kind of quizzically at you, but he greets you with a warm smile. He's wearing the same long gray cloak that you saw him with at the ceremony, though obviously no crown of flowers. And his left hand appears to have healed enough from the cut. He's no longer wearing like a bandage or any kind of thing around his hand. He seems to be free of any sort of marks on his hand that you can visibly see.
I have a feeling of familiarity about him, but I can't quite place it.
I travel a lot.
What can I do for you?
I would learn as much as I could about the bounty.
The bounty.
You seek the priestess.
Yes, Lady Sangrila, you have information regarding it.
No, but
Oh,
I would have information for you so I could start looking.
of course, excellent. I'm glad that there are those willing to help. Her disappearance is concerning, to say the least. Won't you come in?
He motions himself.
How much time do we need?
Well, I have a few notes and things that I've gathered from the men and women of the Lakafuyu.
Can you bring them here?
I have an old mind. I've written them in I'd rather not do this on the street.
So be it.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. A difficulty of 9.
9.
God, come on.
19.
Again. You sort of breathe. And it's definitely not noticeable at this point. You can kind of feel a surge. And if someone was watching closely, they might see you tense a little bit. Yeah. But it doesn't like glow in a way that's super obvious or anything like that. And he leads you into his house. A pleasant interior that makes the most of the available space. There's sort of a loft on the upper level. And instead of a true second floor, there's kind of a narrow staircase leading up to it. And the openness allows for full view of a kind of large, beautiful stone chimney. Fire crackling in its base, and there's a small metal cauldron hanging over it. Looks like you might be making tea or preparing something to eat. There's a number of paintings on the walls, and he seems to favor landscapes. There's a particularly vibrant one that looks like the Mafalili Fields, which is an area south of Aramapura. It's famous for its abundant and diverse array of flowers. It grows over the hills there. Something that you've seen at one point in your travels here and there, or seen other pictures of.
Have a seat, if it pleases you.
I'll stand.
Could I get you some tea? I was just heating up some water.
I'm alright, thank you.
Are you sure that I don't know you?
I doubt it.
Well, I will say right away that I don't know Lady Sangrila terribly well personally. My life is mostly on the road. But I take it very seriously when a highly regarded member of the Lakafuyu is possibly in trouble, so when I heard what happened, I took it upon myself to gather any information that I could. Allow me one moment.
He goes over to a sort of drawer. And he has a little collection of some small pieces of parchment things, and he's kind of flipping through them, sort of trying to find the ones that he's kind of looking for. And even though you don't sit, he does. There's sort of a couple sort of chairs around wooden construction. He sits down in one, and he's kind of looking over them.
One moment. All right. Yes, I have them in order, I think.
And he kind of looks up at you because you're still standing.
From what I understand, she was last seen second triad 058.
And that sounds consistent. That sounded like the day that you visited the locker.
Graven's like,
What a random day.
Multiple accounts had her at the Lakafuyu temple that day. She had led a couple of prayers in the morning, so she was seen there. One of the proxies saw her in the yard behind the temple, feeding the pigeons. Apparently this was not out of character. She would often go out there to feed them, was sometimes seen muttering to them, as we are known to do. This was sometime in the late morning or early afternoon.
And he kind of moves to another piece of paper. Make a wisdom saving throw.
What is this then?
11.
20. Wow.
Nobody say anything.
Now, after that, there's not a lot. A couple of things. It's believed that she returned to the temple, but some are less sure of that. A search of her belongings turned up two things of note. I don't have them with me, they're at the temple, but there was a letter from a Hervik Dish, who was a part of the Tuktu congregation of the Lakafuyu, possibly the largest on the continent. He was putting together a few teams to be sent into the Shaki Mountains in search of a soul shelter. Apparently Lady Sangri-La wished to be a part of one of these teams, but the letter was one of rejection, stating that she could do more good here than there. One of the proxies theorized that perhaps she'd gone into the mountains on her own, but to say that is a dangerous task alone is putting it mildly. And one would assume she would have needed significant preparation for such a journey, and we spoke with all of the local shop owners, general store, anything. None of them remembered her purchasing any kind of supplies needed for an expedition.
What of her history? Where did she come from before she lived here? Her family?
I believe she comes from one of the Goliath tribes up north, but other than that...
What tribe?
I don't know.
Do you know her full name?
I believe she just goes by Sangri-La.
Continue.
Make a wisdom saving throw. 13.
8.
And this time, you feel a flare of heat that pulses up your arm. And it feels like it's almost like something's trying to pry itself out of your skin, and you breathe to try and push it down. You can attempt to try and push it down, but you feel like it might harm you to do so, or you can kind of let out this energy that's pulsing through your arm.
I'm gonna hold it down.
Okay, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
22.
22. You take half of 14 damage, 7 radiant damage.
Gotcha.
And this time, it's not like the room was caked in this sort of bright light, but there's a little sort of pulse that goes up your arm as you... And he notices the sort of heavy breathing. It's not sort of you don't yelp or yell or anything like that, but the sort of controlled breathing. And he clearly looks at you, sort of seeing that you might be in some kind of pain or distress.
Are you...
I thought you would have more information.
I have one more thing.
What?
Again, don't get excited. We thought it led to a dead end. There was a name that she'd written down on a piece of paper. Reina Kiros. We didn't know who that was. But we found out that she's a kind of inventor who lives in Tuktu. Creates specialized tools upon request. When we spoke with her, she said that Lady Sangri-La had commissioned her to design a specialized wheelchair for easier travel. But she was not done with the item, and Lady Sangri-La had not come to pick it up. So that seemed to be a dead end as well. Other than that, we don't know, which is why we have the contract out.
All right. I'll do what I can. If I find out anything, I'll come back.
Just for my knowledge, you got this contract from the Broken Crown?
Broken Crown, yes.
So you're a citizen of Mukmu or no?
No.
No, okay. And, I do like to know who's sort of acquiring information in case I'd like to get in touch with you. Is there a way to do that?
I won't be here for long. I'll be traveling.
Are you staying somewhere in town?
I'm not sure yet.
If I get additional information, how am I to contact you?
I'll check back in.
All right. So again, Hervik Dish and Randy
Got
Kira.
it. Thank you. I must go.
As you're sort of walking out, give me another saving throw. 15's a difficult.
I must go.
15.
Oh
7.
God.
Again, you have the choice. Do you attempt to sort of suppress it?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a Constitution saving.
Dirty 20.
You take half of 16, 8 radiant
Oh
damage.
my God.
And as you get to the door, the pulse is so strong that you kind of put your hand on the door frame for a second and you sort of breathe, and it sort of ripples down your arm. And it's turned away from him, but if he could see the front of your arm, it's not that it's glowing, but the veins are standing out, almost like you've done a hard workout. Like you can see the veins sort of moving up and down your arm, almost like pulsing with blood. And you sort of stand there at the frame for a moment, unable to sort of move for a moment as you kind of breathe.
Excuse me.
And he reaches out to touch you.
I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm just going to try to get through the door as quickly as I can.
Push through the door, step out, and as you kind of move out into the lawn, you can breathe a little easier.
And like as briskly as...
And he's, if you sort of, out of the corner of your eye, you can see him sort of standing at the door frame, just kind of looking curiously after you as you walk. Where are you headed?
Somewhere to get some food.
You know, you places where you're headed.
Is the scale how's the lakeside inn?
There was the wet dock is sort of just for food. It doesn't have.
Yeah, I'll go to the wet dock.
Okay, great. We will move over to the lakeside inn. Safira's kind of looking around in the lobby of the Lakeside Inn. You see Prescott, who hasn't so far sort of acknowledged your presence. You sort of look around, a few people eating, a few people sitting. What do you do as you're kind of hanging here?
I don't know how long, honestly. I don't know if I want to, like, hang out in the Lakeside Inn, because I don't really want to attract Prescott's attention.
Sure. He has not seen you yet. You're sort of hanging in the door for him.
I think I'll kind of meander outside, and I'm now actively looking for, like,
Give me a perception check.
Orba. 19.
19. As you sort of move out, there's that little bench there that once upon a time Graven sat as he was waiting for Erland to return from a late night
Very
sort
sneakily.
of. And she kind of sits and she has a good view of the comings and goings of the street, and you catch sight of Orba and Erland, who are kind of talking to each other but moving in the direction of the Lakeside Inn.
And I'm gonna kind of,
She seems to try and get your attention. She does so, you guys.
Hi.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Well, honestly, kind of hanging out. I need to still sell this. I've got this, and I have this ceremonial black lion sword that she kind of takes out for a second and then puts it away. So I've got to drop that off somewhere, and, I don't know. You guys doing alright?
Bought some items from Wadu. Or an item from Wadu, I suppose.
Yes, it looked very fancy.
I sort of like show off my little new belt.
Nice, sort of.
He just...
Sort of wide leather belt that has a number of sort of straps and buckles.
Nice. Not a bad idea. I have a bad idea, and it would require some assistance. So,
good. Let's just add it to the list of other bad ideas we've had today.
Well, do you guys remember when we left Mukmu and I had given an errand to... Well, I inadvisably told some children to dig some holes, and actually it turned out to be fruitful. So what I found, and I'm gonna kind of take out... I'm kind of making sure as I'm looking around that like people aren't...
I mean, 3 people can stand in a sort of we have the papers in front of you. It's between.
I mean, not that this would necessarily mean anything
Sure.
to anyone, but
And you have someone who has the general shape of Mukmu. So.
yeah.
But yes.
So, I really don't know exactly how useful it is, but these points on this map mark out all the sort of underground or entrances to underground areas in Mukmu.
Oh.
Right? So, in theory, this is a map of sort of how people have been moving, contraband through the city.
Or it could just be a hole.
Well, sure, or it could be just holes too, I guess. But I mean, I'm assuming that these holes, at least a few of them, lead to a passageway or lead somewhere underground. It would possibly someone that could give us some useful information. So my idea was maybe we take a walk around the city. Maybe I can use my bow, disguise myself as a wolf. One of you guys can walk with me. I could easily head into one of the holes if I should need to and see what's going on. I'm a wolf, so it's not going to look like, I'm spying.
But it will look like there's a wolf in the city limits.
No!
Which is somehow more suspicious than someone looking in a basement.
What I was hoping was maybe if I walked by your side, maybe on a leash, people would think I was some kind of dog, or at least he was tamed.
There are tame wolves that exist. That's not.
I mean, that's not completely. That could be credible. I could be a trained wolf.
Well, I can already tell you one of those holes is the well. That's the well with the thing that Beezaura and I...
Wait, a child went and looked down the well?
I don't know.
At least I try. I mean, as far as I know, they all survived the experience.
And again, he didn't necessarily go into it, but he knows that
I'm
it's
not
there.
saying I would do it again, but also
Which one's the well?
he identified it. I don't know which one is the
near-
well.
One of those looks like it could be the Hendry farm.
Yes, it does.
Is
the
that
Hendry farm would be out
north?
here.
What the
Yeah.
most northwest?
He's got it oriented the right way.
The Hendry farm.
Well, look, what I thought is if this represents what it might look like in Mukmu to sort of, I mean,
What
if
does
we
that-
can find any more information about the way it works here, then we might know something more about the way it might work in Tuktu.
That's how many? There's 20 something.
Yeah, I know, there are a lot of holes.
That would take all day. I certainly don't have time today to do that. This would be at least another day in Mukmu. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but we would have to spend another day in Mukmu.
Well, perhaps closer looks at it too. Like, maybe the stuff along... Is this the water, or is this the gate? What is this?
That's water on that side.
That's
yep,
water?
that's
I mean,
the reflect basin.
a number of these sort of coincide with places we know already, but
Right, but
places have basements. That's not suspicious.
they use ports, I'm saying. A lot of these holes are running along the water side.
I suppose.
I mean, I just think that we would be remiss if we didn't, I don't know, try to investigate this.
I personally don't feel any particular obligation to do that, but this is perhaps a larger conversation because it is a larger mission. This requires time. This requires at least a day's work.
This is...
Multiple days if it's just the 2 or 3 of us.
Sure, but this is good information.
I agree, and it doesn't have to be the way that we necessarily go down there, but I think that we need to be informed about, our enemy and how they operate.
Or we need to lay low.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd have to be careful.
Well,
but I'm also thinking that, while Tuktu is shut down and activity is low here, this is exactly the time that we can investigate. We know that there isn't yet, we won't be breathing anything in at the moment, so this is the only time we'll have an opportunity to go down when it's safe.
how about we bring this up with everybody, because I do feel that any further investigation in regards to what we've already...
No, I agree. Everyone should, kind of have a chance to sign off on that.
Yeah, because if one person gets caught, I think we'd all be... Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good though. That's good.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what to do now. I think I might head off and try to sell this, sword.
Yeah, if you want to.
And then I guess, I need a meal. I don't know about you, but I'm starving.
Yes, I'll probably grab something soon.
guys want to eat?
Tiefling?
I just have one more thing I have to get done, I think. We can meet you somewhere if you want.
Yeah, sure. Where do you want to meet?
Wet Dog had good food, right?
Sure, Wet Dog sounds alright.
Alright, we'll see you there.
Yeah. Yeah. And Safira, kind of like confused and in her thoughts, is gonna kind of start wandering off to
Thinking
where she
about
knows
the map and
the blacksmith is.
Yeah, sure. Are you going with to
No, I'm going
You're
with
going with
Orba,
Orba.
yeah.
Great, you guys just step through. What were you doing this time? Because now would be
Yes.
about.
They're not in the lakeside anymore.
They were talking outside.
Okay, great. So I still have a minute here. Now that I have my thoughts together, do I have, like, is there paper around?
You have some.
Yeah.
We've
So I'm
been
gonna
sort of-
take out paper and a quill or
Sure.
some
You
ink
do
and write a note. I'm going to write. I guess I'll read it as I'm writing it.
You can just say who the content. I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna write, Dear Mr. Polnick, I have received a tip that, okay, how do I say this? Okay.
No, that's
another little boy
Mr.
situation.
Polnick, no.
No, it is to
Sounds-
okay.
Professor Bolden.
Mr. Polnick, it seems that there is myconid research headed your way. In terms of what's happening, I would be on the lookout for transports, caravans disguised as transports for farm animals, specifically chickens. There are further analysis happening in Uranchupa, and also a transport of possibly someone they are imprisoning to help them. Please take care, a friend. And I'm gonna fold it up and put it in my pocket, and then. Oh man, I don't want to run into them.
They're still outside. You.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab my bag and walk downstairs.
Prescott's there at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah. Does I have to go to like a messenger station?
You have before left notes with Prescott to give to. He's not the courier, but he can get it to the courier.
Okay,
I think you guys have done that.
That's even better. Prescott,
Yes,
how am I? Can I give you this to send out?
of course, yes.
And I just tell him who it's for.
Sure.
Goes to Mr. Polnick in Uranchupa.
To Uranchupa then, yes.
Thank you
I'll
so
make
much.
sure that the courier gets this and places it on a little
Thank
shelf.
you. And you know what? I'll leave that butcher knife with you as well. If you could give it to the night chef.
Yes.
Tell him an old friend really appreciated it.
I will.
Thank you. You've been much help.
Of course. Hope to see you soon.
Yes. You too. Well, I have my room still, so
Yes.
possibly tonight again. What time is it now, you think?
It's like
same.
4-ish.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so I still got some time.
Yeah.
As
You're turning away from Prescott?
Yeah.
Great. So as you do that is right about when Erland and Orba walk through the door.
Look at that.
God.
Should have known. Very funny.
What?
Tiefling, who are you meeting with here?
Dr. Veto.
Is he present already?
I don't know. Why? What?
Why are you... What's going on?
Very funny. I mean, obviously you would not have parted with something so dear so easily. But we spoke with McDonough and the sword hilt did nothing, so... How about you tell us...
Erland, I read you exactly what was on the note regarding... the
So
sword.
Josco Tibbets didn't give you any other information about the whereabouts of this GGG book?
I thought it wasn't that important anymore to you, Erland.
It became important to me once I became not in the employ of Jillian.
And why
It
is
isn't.
that?
What's that?
And why is that?
Why is the book important to me?
Yes.
Because there's someone on this continent who doesn't like me, and if I'm to be a free man, I would like to know his whereabouts.
Well, I don't know where he is.
And I believe a copy of GGG would help me solve that. Did Josko give you any other information? Was this a ruse?
I don't know what's going on at McDonough's house.
Orba's gonna lean in, just not so he can't hear, but just.
You wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, it's right there.
Beezaura, it's how we're trying to communicate with Marvin. He's trapped, and that is the only way that he is able to communicate with us. That is why the book is so important. We're hoping that, if anything, we can figure out how to get him out.
Well, you won't be able to do it here.
What?
He's on his way to Yarn Chupa.
What do you mean? What?
How do you know?
Is he alive?
Yes, but they are taking him there.
Who's they? The lemonade man? The harvesting yard? Who's taking him?
Those who want to find out more about the uses of the myconid extract.
Who?
That's Maurice. That's the man with the journal. That's Tybalt. That's everybody at the harvesting yard. How do you know?
When did you find this out? We've been gone for a couple hours.
And I'm gonna just look at them and tell... Can we go upstairs?
Tiefling, can you meeting wait a moment?
It won't take long.
Okay.
All right.
And I'll bring them to my room.
And Prescott sort of nods to you as you pass. Ah, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
We go upstairs.
Sure.
And I'll put my bag down. And I will take out the book. Is this what you've been looking for?
How long have you had that?
As long as you've had the inquiry to go to McDonough's.
What?
Josko gave it to me.
Why didn't you tell us?
Because I didn't know if it was for good or for bad. Erland, you haven't necessarily been...
In regards
so
to the
forthright
book,
to me.
I've been extremely forthright. I told you instantly when we found the GGG that this was my teacher whom I
Erland,
betrayed.
I've just opened it now. And I've already taken action.
We almost broke in to McDonough's house, which would have put her at risk. Whether or not you care about me is irrelevant.
Well,
What does the book say? Can I have the book?
I'll tell you what it says.
Do you have show the page.
Fine. Please. And I open it up.
Open it up. Page 216. Go ahead. And once again, I will draw your attention to the letters along the left side and the last paragraph. It otherwise, as you scan it quickly, does not look like it's been changed.
In the last paragraph here, the detail.
Yes, that paragraph looks significantly different than the...
We were instructed that once we had the book.
Does this mean the book is in my hands right now, or is she?
It does mean... or you're showing it to him. I guess she's holding it, you're looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my hands on the book. Please.
Sure.
Thank you. We were instructed that once we were able to successfully find a copy to
I'm gonna pull out the smooth stone and I'm gonna squeeze it.
squeeze a stone, and that would be Marvin's indication to write on the mirror inscription page so that he could then safely write whatever information or warnings or...
Well, no one shared that with me, so how was I supposed to know?
I understand that.
Nothing about the page changes just yet.
Okay. Thank you, Halfling.
And I've already written to Polnick to let him know that they're on their way.
Wait, I haven't read it yet. What do you mean?
They're taking...
I was trying to... Sorry.
They're taking Marvin to Erland Chupa to do more research and to figure out the extreme uses of myconin. And he explains
Oh, go ahead.
at the bottom of the note to write to an administrator and to let them know that they're coming in caravans that look like they're transporting farm animals, but really...
So Marvin didn't write this? They referred to Marvin in third person?
No,
Marvin seems
that
to have
is-
hidden on the page how to perhaps intercept him on the way to Oranchupa.
Oh, goodness gracious. No. Oranchupa. Okay. Okay. Alright. Erland, did you want to transcribe this before it disappears?
Yes, do you have a quill and some paper by any chance?
Yeah.
You take them all. Great. So I transcribe. If everything else is the same, I haven't seen it.
Yes,
and
it
I
looks
just-
like the first words of the sentences have been changed to make the letters appear different, but
Great.
otherwise only the last.
So then
I didn't know what would be on the pages.
Oh, some shit's changed down here.
No one shares much information about their lives with me.
Some of the names have changed to make the
Yeah,
letters sync up
yeah,
correctly. Yes.
And maybe if I opened the book, something would be written to me.
What's that?
I didn't know what the book did, Erland.
Yes, that was
So
intentional.
I was curious and didn't want to tell you about it at first.
Yes.
Remember when I got a chess piece and I gave it to you?
Okay.
Alright, well, yes.
At this point, this still relates obviously to our sort of collective mission, but I can't imagine, Halfling, any of this has anything to do with you. As far as I know, you have no connection with Marvin Bishop. As far as I know, you have no connection with Grimari. This doesn't pertain to you any longer.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you, unless you have some sort of secret connection to Grimari, I can't imagine how this involves anyone else. We'll see what Marvin writes next. If it's
How did Marvin Bishop get involved with him?
with Grimari, he was his assistant many years ago. As far as we know, we actually don't know when he last saw Grimari. But I mean, we all showed you the initial page, and the reason we found him was because his name was on the page originally. We're following the same lead you are here. We have not left anything out in that.
Okay.
That bastard. All right. Well, my plans for the day are cancelled.
Yep.
What do you plan to do?
Well, I was planning on breaking into the Natural Studies Institute to talk to Marvin, but that seems, irrelevant now. Perhaps that's too risky at this point.
What?
We'll wait and see what he writes. If he has a moment to write.
Can I go do my thing now?
Yes, can I still come with you?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Halfling. And I put the book in my bag.
So you guys start to head back down.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
They're together, so I can't.
What do you mean?
I was just gonna ask Orba something.
You can ask her.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull her aside.
Sure.
You can stop.
Okay.
Just a moment, Erland.
Fine. I'll meet you downstairs.
Okay.
I'll meet you downstairs.
Orba. That book.
Yeah.
I can trust that Erland has it for good reasons.
He's a good person, just... He's learned that secrecy is the only thing to do, so... Alright.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that it's been so... chaotic. Hopefully, one day everybody will learn to just talk to each other.
I know it was bad for me to keep it from him, but I did kind of like making him mad.
Yes, I could see that. I could see that.
Well, whatever you have to do, please be safe.
In the meantime, with the key and the Micah Denholm, I'm not sure actually what is going on with that. I don't know if you have any inkling of revisiting him, but...
I don't think I'm going to be close.
Okay, good. That is good. Okay.
And thank you for not saying anything.
Yup. Yup.
Well, I'll see you soon.
Okay, we'll see you at midnight.
Start to head back down.
While I was downstairs, could I have bought just a quick little snack and an ale for myself and Orba?
Sure, yeah, we'll say 5 silver for the whole thing for a couple of
So you guys gonna...
Just like not a full meal, just like a little snack.
Just
We'll
some
say 3 silver then.
That's all we gotta do, you guys.
Just like some chips and walk and like
Great.
a happy hour kind of
Thought we
thing.
were friends.
No, like a little thing of peanuts and a beer.
Oh, I was gonna say like guacamole.
Why is it chips and walk?
Avocados.
They make it at your table.
It's a
Oh
little
my
portion of
goodness.
bread and
Great.
some
So
cheese.
I'll be sitting at a table waiting for Orba.
You see Erland as you're heading down.
Yep. Alright, I'm going to see if I can pinpoint this man. So I'll go up to Prescott, I suppose.
Sure.
Excuse me, Prescott.
Yes.
It's very good to see you again. Are you
Good
well?
to see you as well.
Thanks.
Can I get you a room of your own?
No, actually, I'm here to meet somebody. I do not know what he looks like though. Dr. Veto?
Yes, he just renewed his room the other day.
Oh, okay.
Something to do with the mess in Tuk-Tu, I think.
Yes, I heard about that. Very sad. Is he down here or is he?
Yes, it's over there by the window.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
So I'm gonna look at Orba and I'm gonna bring over like the ale and put
bread
it
and
down on the
cheese there,
table.
yeah.
Thank you. That's very nice.
Gonna look at the gentleman that are we at the table, I guess.
Oh, you went with her too?
Oh, okay. You're bringing. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you intercepted her on the way there.
Oh no, I was I thought you were already at them. Sorry. I thought
Oh,
you were
no, that's
already-
okay.
Okay,
Oh.
so I'm gonna walk over with the stuff then.
Sure.
Thank you.
He meets you.
Should we? And
Yeah.
then give her a beer and bread.
Okay.
Underage drinking.
Yeah.
There is no. Mukmu.
He's over there. Okay, I'm gonna approach him.
You start to approach the man that Prescott pointed out. Alone at a table, sort of a look of deep concentration on his face. He seems to be sort of scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment. And he's a stout half-elf. Gray hair that kind of extends down into some thick sideburns. And it looks like he's wearing multiple layers of clothes. Tunic, vest, jacket, cloak. He's sort of bulked up with a number of clothing. And he's sitting there, scribbling. He seems to be he doesn't even notice you as you approach, as he kind of...
Excuse me, doctor. Hi. I was directed to your services by the Gravekeeper Yannick.
I'm Dr. Veto, yes.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Orba.
Alright.
I was wondering if you could take a consultation of some kind.
I normally do not do consultations for free, but perhaps you could briefly explain your predicament and I could just give you some words of advice. I'm sort of busy.
Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure where to start. This really isn't my field. I've been seeing a spirit of some kind, a young girl who seems to be popping up now and again and offers me an item.
How often are you seeing the spirit?
I have seen her twice.
And what does she say?
She says a lot. She seems nice and she offers me a flower every time I see her.
What kind of flower?
It is a Feltast flower.
Alright, what else?
The first time I saw her, after I accepted the flower, her face twisted into that of a decomposed man with barnacles or some kind of sea on his face.
Disconcerting. What else?
Yes. About half a day after I took that first flower and saw that face, a actual corporeal undead of that man showed up at my home. It was not very nice.
And it seems like at first he was kind of listening in one ear, kind of letting it go out, but he stops writing and he's kind of a little interest piqued a little bit by kind of the nature of the subject matter. Well, I believe that this spirit was trying to establish a connection with you, likely because it sensed some similarity between the two of you.
Yes.
I believe the white flower has to do with innocence.
Okay.
The fact that it took on a physical form for you to hold the flower tells me that it believes that this innocence is shared between the two of you. Most of the time when you see a white flower, it's because the spirit was killed unjustly or saw some terrible things in its lifetime. But when the flower is given, it's because it does not want you to repeat its mistakes. Unfortunately, it can be very difficult to determine what those mistakes were unless the spirit makes them known to you. Are you able to speak to the spirit at will?
I don't believe so. How would I do that?
I don't know. Usually they present themselves in a similar manner. Did you do the same thing the both times you saw the spirit?
No, one time I had the misfortune of traveling through some deconsecrated ground, right? That's what it's called?
Desecrated.
Desecrated, thank you. And another time I was in a church.
You still have this flower? Can I see it?
No, I tore it up. But she offered me a second one, same kind.
And you did not take it?
No.
Well, I would not be surprised if the spirit attempts to give you a flower again soon. You will have to decide for yourself whether to accept it or not. And by accepting, you may in time find out what those mistakes were that the spirit made that felt that you are also in a position to possibly make.
Okay.
By accepting, you may be possibly attracting the attention of other spirits who do not want you to have this information. They want you to repeat the mistakes. It is possible that the face that you saw is one of those spirits that is acting in contrast to the spirit that is attempting to warn you.
Yannick thought it might be bound to an item that I have. Is that possible?
It is possible, yes. Do you have an item that you believe was formerly owned by someone that was possibly killed in an unjust manner?
Well, I feel like I would have no way of knowing that exactly.
It wasn't handed down from a family member that knew the story of the item?
No. I have nothing with stories.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to decide for yourself whether or not to accept the flower the next time it's presented to you.
Do these creatures of innocence deal in deceit or any of these kinds of...
Possibly.
So I could never know, is what you're saying. I might not ever know.
Communication with spirits is not a science. It's more like an art.
Okay.
If you were able to find a way to directly communicate with the spirit and summon it, I might be able to speak to it. But like you said, you don't have a way that you know to do that.
Yeah. She wants me to read something.
Do you have the item she wishes you to read?
I'm not able to read it.
Do you know how to?
No.
You might have to find someone who can read it, assuming you want to.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. If I find a way to communicate with her, maybe I will find you.
Well, without speaking to the spirit myself, I'm afraid I can't offer you much more than that. I'm sorry.
That is alright, thank you. You've been very helpful.
Of course.
If you make it back to Tuktu at some point, may I know where to find you?
I have a house in the 2nd precinct, which is why, unfortunately, I can't go home at the moment. And he sort of points down, currently writing a letter to my local principal to ask that he allow me in.
I'm very sorry to hear that you're not able to go home.
Yes, it's inconvenient.
Do you have family there? Are they alright?
I don't have family in Tuktu.
Alright, well, I won't disturb you any further. Thank you for the information and stay safe.
When you destroyed the flower, did it feel good? Did you feel empowered?
I only heard a faint gasp, if memory serves.
Were you scared?
Well, yes, I was running for my life.
sometimes an item given by a spirit can be imbued with certain emotions. When you touch the item, you feel those emotions. It can give you a clue into what they may be wanting to tell you. I'm sorry, that's all I have.
That is more than enough. Thank you.
Yes.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Nod as I stand up as well.
Take my ale.
Sure.
I was just gonna sit quietly and drink.
Oh, we move to another table then?
Sure, yeah.
No, just right opposite.
Can I help you?
Have a great day.
I presume you wanted more answers than that.
Yes, I did.
When did you see this spirit? When we left Blom's, I assume.
When we were first heading to Blom's with rescuing Jillian.
Right, yes, sorry. And then which... Was this at the, Blackfoot Temple when we went
Yes,
together?
at the Block of Food. Or no, not
Sorry,
the
the,
Block of Food. The New Calgary
New Calgary
Church.
Yeah.
Yep, I was praying and she showed up.
And you didn't want to go back to the church and try praying again to bring him with you?
I can try. I was praying to a very specific goddess and that child was not her, so...
Right, but he said that, recreating the circumstances.
I could try.
I thought I had things to do until midnight, and I no longer.
You want to help?
I mean, I'm not one for communing with the gods, but I can accompany you in case anything bad happens. We can even... this man, I assume, also needs to accompany us if he is to speak with the child.
Oh.
That's what he said, right?
Right.
If you create the circumstances...
Well, we don't know if she's actually going to show.
Well, he said if you recreate the circumstances, she might show. He has nothing else to do either. He's stunned.
I also had to ask a very specific question. I don't wish to ask it again, quite honestly.
Ask the child?
Well, when I was praying, yes. I was asking a very specific question.
Well, as far as I know, the praying can happen in your head, so you don't have to share that with us.
Well, no, it's
Or
not
we can
your
study.
ears that I am worried about. How about we go and have some food with Safira, and I will think about it.
All right. And this page, it's in a language you comprehend languages, you said.
It's not a language. It's not a language.
A code of some sort?
That would appear to be the case.
Do you want me to have a look at it? See if I understand the code? Well, all right. You're looking for answers, and you're not willing to do too much to find them, it seems, Tiefling.
I'm not permitted to show it.
I assume this is a conversation for later at midnight?
Probably.
All right. All right.
I'm hungry.
Okay, to the, the wet dog, was it?
Yep.
You do. Start to head. Safira, during this time, you sort of went...
I wanted to go to sell. I think the only thing I'm going to try to sell is the sword, because I'm not...
Great. Do you still have the sheet with the... Yeah. So, it essentially is... It's not meaning here. If you actually want to hand it to me.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
not meaningfully different
It's just
than...
going all around.
Wait,
a standard sword,
I have two swords.
blacksmith or something. Wait, blacksmith on the first one? Yeah.
Yeah, no one's going to buy these shin guards, are they?
The bone ones, no.
No, there's not that one.
Oh, okay.
They're
Then yes. So it would be half. Where's
So
this
she
one?
got more info than I got, and she didn't have to take 15 damage.
Both of you guys didn't really quite get the info that you needed.
So it would be there because of the ceremony nature of the sword. It has like sort of a nice, unique quality to it. Slightly more worth slightly more. They offer 3 gold for the ceremonial sword.
Oh, okay. 3 gold, great.
And you guys are getting
Yeah, we heard BZ got like 600.
Yep, now nobody-
nobody.
nobody- And then what was it? A set of
It's shin guards.
Wait.
I don't know what
cool. We'll call
they
that part
are.
of a medium set of arms. They offer you 5 gold for the.
Oh.
Shin guards are more than the sword?
Is it just guards or is it a part of an outfit? I thought it was part of a set of
No,
armor.
it's literally just the shin guards is all I have.
2 gold for this.
I was like,
I thought it was like a setup.
You do have a hilariously small amount of gold. Probably shouldn't have given that child 21 gold.
You know what? But that child
For a bunch
maybe
of
gave us.
basements.
Yeah, you know what? It's probably nothing. But still, I still have those stupid bone bracers. But I'm just
Yeah, you take those out and they're like, that's gross.
Some gold on top.
Put them in the trash, please.
Okay, well now that I've sold my stuff, I'm gonna head over to the wet dock and get us a table and some ales.
Okay, you start in that direction. What have you done? You were sort of upstairs for a little bit while they were
Yeah.
sitting with
Let's see.
Also, now your copy.
Sucker! Gave you the fake one.
So I have.
I wish you had tried to sell it first.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What can I get for this book? 3 gold? Sure.
A silver? I guess it's I heard it's something.
Use it for firewood, will ya?
Let's see. I think I'm actually yeah, because I have 2 other swords in my bag. I don't need 2 swords.
If you need to sell some items, you can as well.
Yeah, I will. I'll go do that. I mean, I probably won't get much for the gloves from the cave.
Probably not.
Like that,
But a little something.
I'll try to sell some stuff.
Great. We can go over the sell
Yeah.
prices quickly afterwards. Did you have a question?
Can you only be attuned to one thing at a time?
3 things.
Your necklace?
Did you have an idea of where you want to go after that? Because we.
Oh yeah, we'll go over that later. So it's probably like 5 right now.
Yes.
You said midnight, bro.
I thought we had so many things
Yeah,
to do.
like.
And she had
Well,
the
I gotta get back.
Well, everyone's headed to the wet dog at the moment. Big
Water
sense,
under the bridge.
Depending on what you're.
I mean, I don't know they're going there, do I?
Yeah, Erland and Orba, you guys.
I don't think they told me.
Oh, you didn't
but-
say?
I don't think
God,
so.
Never mind,
damn,
then.
guys.
That was just by accident.
Yeah. Just leave.
Right.
Bye.
Again,
Give it a thought.
they leave me out of the conversation.
Give it a thought, and we'll go to the wet dog. And the
yeah,
first
sorry.
person. That's okay. The first person to arrive is Graven.
Oh my god.
We're all just going to the wet dog.
No, it's my idea. Fuck.
I didn't get a room there.
Orba's got a room at every inn in the city. So you're the first to arrive. It's past sort of the typical. It's between major meal hours, so it's not sort of overwhelmingly crowded. But there's sort of a line or a space for a line that goes around the perimeter of the room, and a kind of a number of long tables that you can sit at. There's some people there enjoying a meal or something.
Yeah, I'll get in line for some food.
Great, you do. There's some options. There's sort of a little board that has the menu there. There's boiled sausage and wheat biscuits. There's a barley porridge and roast chicken and chestnut bread. Those are sort of what's on the menu at the moment.
They're all about the same price.
The boiled sausage and wheat biscuits is a little more expensive.
I'll do the second one, the porridge.
The barley porridge is just 6 copper for the porridge, and another 4 copper for an ale if you want that as well.
10 copper, so that's a silver.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah, I'll get that.
Grab a meal. Is there anything you're doing during this time as you're sort of sitting and having?
I mean, taking a look around, see if I recognize anybody.
Give me a perception check.
I don't want to.
If I do recognize anyone, I immediately
Turn
leave.
around.
I see them and I
Yep.
don't want
I
to.
see them. I leave.
6.
For the time that you're kind of sitting there and having the meal, nobody that you see that you recognize.
Yeah. Just kind of quietly to myself.
Was there anything you wanted to do during this time? Are you good? Great. So after some time passes, you've pretty much almost finished your meal, but then in walks Safira is sort of the next walk through the door, and you see her kind of come through.
Does he kind of like have a table?
I was gonna say I'm not really paying attention much anymore, if I haven't seen. So
The tables aren't like individual tables; they're these long benches that have but he's alone. He's not sitting with a group of.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of flag him down and kind of make some kind of gesture to him to be like, save seats, and I'm gonna go to the bar and I'm gonna get like a few ales for the
So
Erland
it's
and
4 per ale.
I was getting drunk.
What's, how many can you have?
Why am I spending money, you guys?
Constitution, isn't it?
Okay.
It's 3 plus your
So
constitution.
I'm getting
3 plus
3. Okay, so 12 copper. Now I have to do math. That was just terrible.
So, how many are you buying? 3 for you, Erland, and
Well, I'll buy for Graven.
And Graven.
He's here.
So 4, so that's 16 copper. So 1 silver, 6 copper.
Double fit?
Okay.
What's drunk? 2 plus Constitution or 3?
3 plus Constitution.
Alright, I'm slamming
yours?
some. I'll be able to do
Your
3.
con is...
0.
I can have one more and still drive myself home.
3 plus you're not.
I don't understand. So one silver and
silver,
6 copper.
Yep,
How do
so
I
6
do
figures.
this? I now have 4 silver and how many copper?
4.
How many copper? Okay. Thank you. It's
You both
alright.
have 6.
We're there. We got
I
there.
forgot the conversion.
Made it. Okay, you're like, this is why you tune in.
So Safira's got like 2 on
Yes.
one hand, 2 on the other. Takes them over to the table.
Yep. That's really funny.
I still have half of mine. Like,
It's been a long day.
Well, how you doing?
Pretty uneventful.
Okay. And Safira just kind of starts. She just takes a very generous kind of gulp of.
There she is.
It's been so long.
Did you get any food?
No, but I do plan on it. I'm just gonna finish this first, and she's gonna literally finish the rest of the ale.
You did so?
even though Graven's was like kind of in the middle between us, Graven's gonna like farther away from her. Like,
She kind of slams it down onto the table and then gets back up and kind of. Do you need anything else? No, she's gonna go, and then she's gonna go back and order food.
So you getting another ale?
Yeah,
And then
she's
what,
gonna get herself another ale and just whatever the cheapest thing to eat is.
That was the porridge for 5 copper.
Right,
So
I'm gonna
another 9 copper for you.
Great. And more math that I absolutely can't do.
And was there
I thought
anything?
it was 10 copper for a porridge I drank.
What did I say?
you said 9 just then.
It's a discount.
I overcharged you.
For
Go ahead,
Goliath.
give yourself a discount. I was looking
Need
at the
that
wrong-
copper.
One of them was 6 one.
I need that copper.
Is there anything you guys wanted to discuss before we fast forward a little? Safira and Graven have kind of a quiet, friendly drink. And after some time passes, Erland and Orba walk.
That's how you know you're true friends.
Don't have to say anything.
Yeah,
Sit in
yeah,
silence.
Safira kind of,
Silence.
they come in and she kind of
Drink in
gestures to the
silence.
table and, you know.
Graven like looks around.
Erland, can I get you anything?
No, if we're all here, should we just...
We're not all here.
no, should I go find the halfling?
You didn't tell her?
We didn't...
It never came up.
Oh,
We didn't really think
well, yeah, we
to
should
do so.
probably get her.
Alright, get me an ale and some food. I'll run
what do
back to the inn and find her.
What do you want to eat?
I've already eaten, I can go.
Slam
Pours it down his gullet.
Yeah.
They all have to be drunk
Alright.
to hang out with me. I get it.
We can push the
Where is
meeting up. She was at the...
She was leaving the lakeside.
She was leaving the lakeside inn last we heard. If you run over, perhaps you can
You'll probably catch
catch
her.
her. Did she say
I
where she was
did tell
going?
her to buy something nice. Maybe she's at the shops.
Alright, I'll try the inn first, but if I'm not back in an hour,
Well, we have a meeting spot eventually.
right?
But also, hi. He. Okay.
For expedience sake, we will say you do find Beezaura.
Yay!
You sort of-
Just wandering around.
As Orba mentioned, she had said something about possibly looking to buy something, so you head in the direction after the end of the shops, and you see her in some of the sort of the city square there. It's pretty open as you catch sight of her there. Bring her back to the wet top.
Little one.
Hello, Graven.
Hi.
How's your day been?
I ran into everybody at the wet dock. Would you like to join me?
Oh, isn't that nice?
I didn't think I'd see anyone till midnight, but everybody just showed up.
We're all so
I was having a quiet lunch, but here we are.
Isn't it amazing when everyone shows up how your plans just get a little ruined? Well,
Well, I suppose you don't have to join us if you don't want to.
no, I'll come for a bit. I have one more errand that I need to run, but it is...
Anything we can do quickly together now? Get it out of the way?
No, it's actually at the scale house. I just have to get there maybe a little earlier.
Oh. Alright.
Alright, let's go.
Head back. You can find your way back. They've already sort of eaten part of the way through their meals, but you find your way back to it.
Is there cheese?
There was not cheese on the menu.
Okay, what's boring?
There's a barley porridge, the boiled sausage with wheat biscuits, and the roast chicken with chestnut bread.
Just 2 cheap meals.
Great. The porridge is 5 copper per meal.
Okay. Alright, there you go, Erland. There we go. We're eating.
Great.
And we're eating.
And we're drinking.
And we're drinking.
And you guys find yourselves here. The wet dog.
So, how are we doing?
Well, we're all been seen in public now together, so.
Yeah, well, I
Sure.
mean, to be honest, I feel like that was maybe. I mean, we're doing
It's
the best
very
we
lively
can.
right now, yeah?
It's getting to be the dinner hour, so people are starting to trickle in, but it isn't like, it's not like super busy.
As that said, can I look around? Do we recognize anyone?
I'll say, since you're sitting here and you have a moment to look around, you do not recognize anyone that comes in yet.
I mean, we're not staying long, are we?
No, but I do need to make it back to the scale house tonight. I have something I need to attend to.
Alright.
Okay. I would not mind a group chat in a private space tonight.
Yeah, I think we probably have quite a few things to discuss, no?
Well, I actually have a room at the Lakeside Inn, and I have one at the Scout House, so...
Oh,
Should we
right.
Should we just head to the scale house room now and have, because we do need to figure out what's next here.
Yeah, we definitely
How big is
do.
the room?
It has 2 beds, but if we want to stay there for a while, meet, and if I need to go, someone needs to go back to the Lakeside Inn and stay there, they can.
Sure.
Or
Okay.
we sleep on the floor.
So, a toast before we leave?
Yeah, cheers to that.
Okay.
And Safira, I'm kind of lifting up my...
No one bought me a drink, so I'll just,
Someone.
How much did Jillian give you again? How much
It's
was
okay.
it? Wait,
I
did
had
she give you
one-
a lot of gold?
I actually had one earlier, so I'm good.
Is anyone good with words? Want to say something? We accomplished a mission together. We're about to find out if we're staying together.
To staying together.
And to strength and honesty.
Okay.
Cheers!
Cheers.
Strength and honest.
Finish the beer.
Sure. Let's do this.
Hate it. Hate all of you. So, you need to go do this thing. Should we have the meeting before or after?
I have to be there probably around dinner side on the late side, like between 7 and 8 o'clock.
Okay, well then we should have some time.
Shall
You wanted
we
to go now?
go to your room?
You can just head downstairs, yeah? Like, we can go to the scale house, to the room,
Oh,
and then
yes.
she can just head downstairs whenever she needs
Yes,
to.
got you. Yes, okay. Alright, let's go.
Let's maybe stagger our exit a little bit so we don't all walk in together.
We just did a toast together, Erwin.
Yes, but
We
we're
just
in a-
raised our glasses
Yes,
in
but
the
we're,
middle
in
of
a,
this
we're,
evening.
yes, but
Outside is
we're
a
walking
little
through the
different.
town. That's a little different.
Okay.
Let's not. I know we're not under contract anymore, but let's not throw all.
Graven gets
We're
up.
like, look at those people that cheers together.
Graven gets up and starts walking out towards the scale house.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and follow.
Well, I have the keys.
Sort of almost single file, a little staggered down the street. You guys make your way to the scale house, and now sort of getting into the dinner hours, it is significantly sort of getting much, much busier there. The crowd is sort of filing in. You can hear a bit of noise coming from the interior. As you open the doors, it kind of, the din gets a little louder as you can hear the talking, the laughing, the cheering. You can see VK now still at the bar, but he's in the middle as opposed to sort of the casual nature that he was before. He's filling drinks, sort of sliding a couple of them down the bar, chatting with people. People are trying to like flag him down, so he gets another ale, another couple, hands them out. So the activity's picking up considerably here. But he does, as you kind of enter through, give you kind of a, he's a pro. And then goes back to his work, just a brief thought. And you guys sort of enter in here to this atmosphere.
Which room is yours?
Number 7.
Alright.
Right upstairs.
Guys head in. And there's a little bit of din in some of the other rooms. You can hear some people chatting or whatever. It seems like the rooms have filled up considerably. Like he said, as it gets closer in the evening, people rent out these rooms. Get to 7, open it up, and go inside. It's snug for 5 people to be sitting around. It's not a lot of space, but with 2 people sitting on one bed, 2 on the other, and one kind of... There is a stool in the room.
I'll sit. Oh, there's a stool?
Yes,
I was gonna
there
say
is.
sit on the floor, but
You could also.
I'll sit on the floor kind of between the two beds.
Sure. Do so. There's sort of a little powwow of the 5 of you.
So, what are we talking about?
Jillian asked us to stay together for, I suppose, practical reasons, and
She said she hoped we'd stay together.
well, she did suggest that, you know, if we were ever spotted, being able to vouch for each other would be useful.
I don't think she's wrong there.
I don't either.
And I have to assume that we all have separate business elsewhere, and
Well, that's the conversation we're having now, right? So,
Yes.
what I was thinking, while I may not agree with everything that Jillian says or does, I think she has a point when she said that we work well together. Yeah? Maybe not always, and, you know, maybe not on everything. But as far as a team of fighters, we're actually, you know, fairly good. At least at protecting one another. You went down, you know, all of us together accomplished something rather daunting, really. Something I wasn't sure we were going to be able to accomplish. And while I, you know we have our differences, about which I'm sure we're going to find out more differences that we have as we continue to move forward, but you guys know what I want, yeah? My mission, right? We were on it. I want to stay on that track, and I trust that what you saw in those camps is maybe enough to keep you fighting with me.
Well, where is it taking you next?
Well, I'm not 100% sure. I want to know what your business is, and I do want to keep my head down for the time being, but I am trying to recruit you.
Okay.
Okay, you're in.
No. I need to know.
No, you're not.
Okay,
Wow.
Okay,
confirm what you just
that's
said.
all really good.
Or was like, okay, no, but.
I'm not going, but thank you so much for asking.
Confused.
Okay, as in, that was a really good start to the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Safira.
Well, thank you guys for, you know, saving my life multiple times.
Okay, well, I know that this group has a hard time being upfront with each other, so I guess I'll just start. And hopefully people will go by that example. No opposed?
Please.
Okay. And Orba, like, stands up.
Head of the clans.
Alright, well, I'm a former servant of the Halls of Transmutation.
Okay.
And
Former.
servant of the Halls of Transmutation.
By former, do you mean
Means
escaped?
escaped, yeah.
Just a few days before I found you guys. And I need to get to Navikapura, which I don't believe was a secret.
The bounty was... Tieflings were returned.
Jillian. Part of her reward for me was to pay off some actors. They'll be fine. But I have a little bit of time without looking over my shoulder, which is part of the reason why I'm telling you now. So that is where I am headed, Navikapura.
It's quite far north.
Yes,
Okay.
that's me.
Anyone
I suppose
else?
I also need to go north.
Really?
Where?
I'm not sure exactly, but... It seems that my path may take me to... Finlock Forest.
Where in Finlock
Right.
Forest?
I do not know.
Why?
may I stress that there is a difference between holding back a secret willingly and having to keep things back for other reasons.
Can you not tell us why?
I cannot speak candidly, no.
Okay.
Even if I wished. But the Shade Assembly has something. I do not know how to even begin to either ask them for it or sneak past them, but that is where I must go.
This is something that you need. For what reason? You need to use it for something?
Let's call it a very important bounty. I am a hunter, after all.
Given to you by whom?
It's just a bounty, I suppose.
Well, all due respect, I'm not hunting a bounty without knowing who, put the price on. I mean, what is it?
Safira.
Fine, you don't have to tell me, but I'm not helping you if I don't know.
Safira, let's give him some time.
Alright.
She does have a point. Accepting a bounty for something that we don't know who it's from, what it is, how dangerous it is risky.
Well, he's not asking us to help him with the bounty. Maybe we just help him get north. Yes?
I suppose that's fair.
Would that be adequate? For now.
Okay. Where does everyone else need to go? North? South? East? West?
I said north. What else?
I can tell you that I inconveniently would like to go to Tuktu. I was, supposed to meet Armand.
Are you going to be able to?
I don't know. Maybe now is not the moment, maybe it is. I know that we could get into the 4th precinct. Whether or not I'd be able to get a message to him, I'm not sure. Whether or not, that would be advisable right now, I'm not sure either. But at some point I need to see him.
Okay.
I think he might have, valuable information about Myconid products and how they're being distributed. And,
Okay.
trying to find the head of the snake.
Alright. You too?
Well, Julian gave me a list of names that might have chess pieces and people to see, but a major one is in the village south of the Rapper Mountains.
Where's the Rapper Mountains?
Which is that?
It's the sort of center north ones.
Oh, just
The ones right near Vikapura or the middle ones?
The ones just south of Dorsu?
It bring up nothing.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to figure out.
Shocky.
Tuktu's right
Super
here.
close.
Yeah.
It's like a day's journey.
Yeah.
I need to
I
read
don't know
this.
if we should go over there right now. That was the thing.
Yeah, fucking Jesus.
Do I not have one? No.
pencil brush.
There we go. The Rapper Mountains is north of. Who's got the map there? Can someone actually put that here?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh no. Floop! Oh, that was right into the microphone. Sorry.
There. These are the Rapper Mountains, right there.
Oh.
It's how do you say
Rap.
it?
So wait, is that past where? Is that's past Navi? I can't see.
Navika
out of my
Pura
glasses,
is
I'm
there.
Sorry.
That's okay. This is Navikapur. This is the Rapper Mountains.
Okay, so it's north
That's
of.
far.
North
And
of
that's
Navikapur.
Finlock
That is
Forest.
Finlock Forest. That.
Oh,
Vikapura,
Oh shit! So we
Finlock,
could if
her
we were
mountains.
taking a trip, we could go
I mean,
Hit everybody.
this is kind of
Yeah.
mostly east, but a little south.
Yeah.
Or
Pretty due
Pretty east,
from
okay.
Yeah,
what
it's
it took
kind
to.
of not
um,
exactly. But.
what forest is this?
That is Nolan's Woods.
That is Nolan's Woods, right?
Okay.
Well,
Sorry, what's in the Rapper Mountains for you?
there's a certain person there that might be offering big rewards for bounties that he can no longer go after himself. And he's big in the Light Whistle Estate Club, so he might be offering chess pieces. But there's also one thing that I have to attend to tonight at the Scout House. Some of you may have seen or heard the chessboard that Jillian gave me. Oh, I thought someone else saw it. Oh, never mind.
I put it up for the stream, but no one has seen it except for you.
She heard it described at the Scout House by VK, the bartender, and I went and spoke with him this afternoon. And he said that he heard a group of people talking, and that's how he relayed the information. And he said that they come around 8 o'clock at night, and not necessarily in the best of moods, but
Can you show it again?
Are you showing it to them?
Sure.
Okay, I'll put it on that thing.
I thought with the bishop in play it had to do with Marvin, but I don't know, and he didn't know either. But I want to see if I can overhear anything tonight, or...
That's not about the Light Whistle Chess Club. It's about Marvin Bishop.
That's what I thought.
I know. They're planning on killing him. Do you play chess?
Not exactly.
If the bishop moves there, it gets taken by the knight.
Or the pawn.
Or the pawn.
Why would they be planning on killing him?
Because if he stays alive, there's a possibility for releasing the gases, I suppose. Or
They might be on.
Trying to prevent that?
They might be on our side. We don't know. But this is not about chess pieces, Halfling.
Well, then maybe
So it's a death threat.
more than one of us will get information.
What did they say about this? What were the auspices under with which this was given to you?
They said the only thing that VK could overhear them saying was, "We waited too long."
Well, that's because Marvin's gone.
So they waited too long to
Kill Marvin.
kill him? How were they planning on doing that in the first
But
place?
No,
I
don't
hope to find out more information.
Quite understand the pawn or knight metaphor, but
Okay.
just so you know what you're getting yourself into, it's likely not a Light Whistle situation. It might be any of the number of people that are interested in.
Unless we find out that the Light Whistle Estate Club is somehow, intrinsically involved in might distribution, which they could be. All we know that they're a wealthy underground institution that likes to make more money and capture souls in chess pieces. I don't know. That seems exactly like the kind of group of people that we'd be worried.
Light whistles are in play with the Molefairs, and they are definitely part of this.
Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. So, I don't know why they'd be trying to destroy Marvin. I suppose there could be multiple sorts of
I know
people
the
at
Light
play
Whistles
here.
are not favored here.
I think it might also possibly be an eye for an eye kind of situation. The Lemonade Man theoretically killed Dietrich Lightwhistle, and I'm sure that the Molefairs know that Marvin Bishop is of value.
So they would halt
Lemonade Man.
progress, presumably if they've invested in, this research, then do you think that they would really shoot themselves in the foot?
I don't know.
As such,
How do you plan on collecting information tonight?
Well, I know what the people look like, and I know that they sit at the bar, so I'm just going to
observe?
scope it out.
Okay. Be safe.
This now affects all of us, sort of. Is there, now that you've shared, is there any way we can sort of pool our efforts in order to a more efficient reconnaissance than just hoping they talk to you?
Well, how do you usually approach people when you're looking for a contract? I'm sure they will dismiss you quickly if they...
I was going to try to overhear them talking at first, and then if I needed to go in and talk to them, but I was hoping I could just hear what they had to say without being involved in their conversation.
That's not a bad idea.
No. That's quite a good idea, We're not going to approach these people. That doesn't seem wise, does it?
And now that I know more information, whatever VK heard, he doesn't know what we know, so...
Yes.
It's true.
I don't know if this has anything to do with that, but you all remember Quentin Fenn?
Yes. Quite well, actually.
There is an open contract from the Broken Crown where I handed in the Displacer Beast. An open government contract. I'd like to know a little more information on why Quentin was able to purchase the Eckard estate. Supposedly he did it through donations, but they seem to think that he came upon a great sum of money. They don't know how. To purchase an estate, I believe in the moon.
Is that where one of your holes are?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I
excitedly takes
Would I be able to tell if...
you should be able to hold the maps up. I drew one over the other one.
So,
Well,
But do we know where the Eckard
if
estate
you
is?
don't know, if I didn't tell you, I bid some children to find, holes in the ground, and those are all the holes that they found in the ground. The entrances to, underground caverns, tunnels, whatever.
Children holes.
Yeah, they were discovered by kids, but I still think it could be reliable information.
You don't know for certain, but looking at the map, he said the very large building right near the Natural Studies Institute, but in the moon.
Right.
There is
Which is...
one large building.
There is one large building there, but it does not line up with a hole. I believe it would be right here,
Okay.
so that does not line up.
Alright.
Well, remember we did overhear Quentin Fenn at the Lakeside Inn before we left. He said they needed volunteers to make it happen. People who can spare time, travel, extra wagons, construction, and make sure no one purchases the place before they can get the money together. Keep an eye on public bids. I mean,
Obviously,
originally
he
we
got it together.
Originally, we thought this was in reference to
Tackle Shack.
the Tackle Shack,
He wants
but
people to think that he got it together when he really...
well, no, it seems like he got it together in order to purchase it. It's a question of, my best guess would be that he's working as a Myconid distributor,
I mean, that would be my guess as well.
and that's how he got the funds together.
It seems more, likely than grassroots organizing.
Did Quentin Fenn turn up in the journal at all?
No.
I don't think this has to do with Quentin Fenn. If he is indeed in on it with this, with the harvesting yard, the harvesting yard needs Marvin Bishop. He's a valuable asset to them.
Okay.
These might be allies.
I have a difficult time believing that people who trapped the souls of, other people
Well,
in
again, we're
chess
not
pieces
sure
are
if
going to
the
be
light-
allies,
we're not
but no,
sure if
you're
the
right.
light whistle, but-
It certainly is a threat, or
Try-
at least that's how I would interpret it.
Trying to kill Marvin Bishop, though I disagree with it, is, in theory, it would prevent the sort of widespread use of miasma.
That is true.
In theory, yeah. I mean, unless someone else can, figure out how to do what he could do. I mean, I'm sure he's not entirely alone in terms of
He's an expert, but
intellectual prowess.
Okay.
Erland, is there anything you want to share about your goals in the short term?
you look very excited, Tiefling.
Sorry, I just want us all to be together.
I'm bizarrely fairly flexible. I need a new contract.
What does that look like?
Well, I am a rather skilled hired hand, and so I need new contracts. Well, no, I mean that's literally what Jillian hired me for.
Yes.
So I need new contracts. Jillian suggested the guild halls in Gilisoon or Pachacama might be of use for me. I know Pachacama's quite far away from where everyone else is talking, but Gilisoon
Don't think you could get any
is to
work
the north.
in Navi Kapora or Tiktu, do you?
Well, again, this is where I am a little bit flexible. Anyone, powerful families, law enforcement,
Oh, well, powerful families. We're about to meet some of those, aren't we? I mean,
could offer work that would be worth my while.
the other thing I want to do, I would rather go to Tuxedo first, but I also do want to see. The Mullifers are building, presumably what's going to be, probably a new camp in the mountains by Navigapora. So I'd like to go see that. And
well, that said, Goliath, operatives would also work for me. So the Shade Assembly would be useful for me as well.
So if you think you can convince them to give you this thing, then maybe we kill two birds with one stone?
I need...
There we go,
easy
solved
peasy.
It occurs to me that... I know you don't like him, but... this might be Winston Muldoon's doing.
Threatening Marvin Bishop.
He's been following us, and, the more... Well, or rather, we've run into him twice now. And he's come up a few times.
And
with Josco, yes?
You think he's an ally?
What was his code name again? Vulture?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Vulture. Because he's an ex-operative, I suppose. But
Vulture sounds fitting, yeah.
I suppose if anybody sees him to try using that to convince him that we know more than...
Using his name?
Yes, just to make it obvious that we aren't a couple of yahoos.
Oh no,
worthy of killing him.
He'll recognize us, I'm sure. The last time you saw him, you tried to kill him.
It was a mutual... The attack was mutual.
I'm not saying it wasn't warranted. I'm just saying that he'll remember your face.
Regardless, I can potentially find work in probably any of the significant cities. But the Shade Assembly is of particular interest to me. Dillasoon is of particular interest to me. Those are places where I know that at least operatives are, and where one of the guild halls that Jillian suggested I go to is.
Do you mind if I ask who your bounty man is?
Actually, Goliath.
We don't all know each other, but...
I thought that's how it worked. Carver, he goes by Colossus.
It's very familiar to you. Not one of your tribe's kin, but he's famous for his feats of hunting and felling great beasts.
And I would know, I know that this is like his
You would know that the Vomalga family that he comes from is from that mountain. Yes.
Also, and I know this is probably counterproductive, but I'm gonna pull out GGG.
Oh.
Marvin Bishop's on his way to Arnshupa.
Is that...
Really? I just want to see it, just because, wow, well...
The Halflings had it for about a day or two.
A day or two?
No, that's enough. We're not going to yell at each other. We have it now.
Safira just she's gonna kind of turn to the page and like...
Okay, go ahead and try.
Let me have them, yes.
On his way to
This is the part that's changed. It seems he's being shipped there. Do you want me to just read it out loud? Shall I just read it?
Yeah, sorry.
Take the book then. So the page remains roughly the same. The capitalized letters along the left that we received the cipher for...
They are watching.
...is now Arnshupa bound. And the final paragraph has been changed quite significantly, but this is, remember, the paragraph that said, for more information, visit the Natural Studies Institute in Mukmu.
Right.
It now says, details on the next phase of our work and further analysis will be obtainable at our newest research facility, on which construction is currently in progress and contracts are being negotiated. If you wish to help our efforts, we recommend that you write to a trusted public official, perhaps an administrator of First Spear, to be on the lookout for caravans disguised as transports for farm animals, specifically chickens.
So
that
hopefully,
is quite specific.
Hopefully,
yes.
An investigation into these false convoys will make clear the reasons why they are dangerous and detrimental to the safe study of myconids. The Halfling has apparently already sent word
to Pulnik.
Okay, brilliant.
The new location is 515. The teleportation circle address, yes?
That's the new... yes, where was that? That was the house that you said you visited.
Yes, where we abducted Carradine.
Right.
Yes.
I still haven't asked for details on that. I suppose there'll be time later.
There really isn't much
There
to
isn't
glean
much.
from
It's
it.
just it's in progress and
So-
the sigil sequences. To
Who
be
knows
used
what
until
Jaywad
further
did to that
notice.
man?
Yes, that's
So construction is currently in progress on the newest research facility. That's probably...
That is
That's it.
515.
Have you sent the note already to Polnick?
Yes.
We can always send another one.
I could write it up and give it to Prescott.
The more information, and you let him know it's from us,
I said a friend.
we might want to specifically at least say from the bald half elf and friends, just something specific so that this is our chance to get back into Oranchupa should we need.
I agree. I mean, and hopefully Jaywal has done what she told us she would do, which is clear our names.
That's true.
Robert said providing significant evidence for something would sort of clear our names.
I mean, this is significant
This is
evidence.
significant evidence. So some sort of note letting who information is coming. We shouldn't use our real names, obviously, but we could say from...
Some identifying
know.
figure, yes.
He'll know, but just in case it gets intercepted, we don't want people to be like, yes, then.
Right.
No, yeah. The bold.
Is it possible that the note hasn't been sent yet?
I could check with Prescott.
Well,
I'd
you're
like
busy.
7. What?
You've got your thing.
Because truth be told,
We can always send a follow-up.
Do you want to go to Oranchupa?
Nope.
No?
Honestly, I
need
need to
I would love to stay
divert
tomorrow.
my energy
Can I
to-
actually... Oh, the pages, I assume.
page is the same at the
Just
moment,
occurred
yeah.
to me, actually.
It has not changed yet.
Let me ask you.
Can I actually pull the smooth stone out again and squeeze it a couple times to show some urgency?
You do.
Great.
If,
I'm going to keep the book just sort of near me.
Sure.
if Marvin Bishop's life is being threatened, then, I mean, is it a priority to try to, I don't know, to try to rescue him to get more information?
Well, I think we're
Is
about to
maybe-
find out more information on Marvin Bishop in, hopefully, moments.
Okay.
Should we send this to Polnick?
The book?
No.
Oh.
I think let's find out who this is from, what this is first. Yes, Halfling?
Sure.
Regardless, north for me works. Again, there's not much for me in Navikapura, but...
Well, you never know.
Is Navikapura a big city? I know it's like growing.
It's probably like Mukmu or slightly somewhat more.
But there we know that remind me, was that where we know the Ironclads are building things and where Molifair is trying to establish as well?
You heard the information about Cliff Ironclad, yes. About
Yeah, that's where like big families are trying to set up ports, basically.
Yes. He said that they were feuding with them up there. I know Orba heard the part about the ports from that guy, the guy who identified your foot as sort of the lineage
right.
that you're from.
Oh, was that the port?
yeah.
Yeah, he said that Kresimir had sent them up to negotiate port
Okay,
contracts.
but
You
I
have an
know that the
idea.
Molifairs and the
Yes.
Ironclads are up there.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe. An option, also, because traveling that far north would be weeks.
Yeah.
We know of a teleportation circle in Mukmu.
I do not know
We
how to
don't know how
operate
to
one.
use it.
Can we find someone?
I mean, do we want to trust someone to, have us activate one of these teleportation circles? The other
I'm
thing I
not saying
worry
this is
about
a good idea. I'm saying it would save us some weeks, and
Well,
I'm
also
sure
we
that there's
don't-
some urgency.
We don't know any code to get to. We don't even know if Navikapura has a teleportation circle.
That's true, we don't exactly know. when
We
it
know the
gets
Shade
back out.
Assembly does.
And I may be able to remember the combination that man used who stabbed you.
Oh,
we
that
don't
could
even,
take you
But
anywhere.
that's
know
probably
where that goes.
That's in all likelihood. If we believe that to be Duffy Geist, that's in all likelihood one of the sort of.
Why would that be Duffy Guys?
Well, it was the murder of Dietrich Lightwhistle,
Oh, it could have been.
or some
A representative.
a representative, or
Okay.
I'm just saying it's you want to get to the Shade Assembly quickly, and we have a teleportation circle.
That
but is that the
is
best-
illegal and we don't know how to use.
I mean, also,
Honestly, Erland, I
imagine...
can't
I'm
find
not-
myself
I'm not
in any
saying
more
that this is-
illegal situations.
What's that?
I cannot afford to do that.
I'm just imagining that we pop up on wherever sort of the other end of the teleportation circle is, and there's an axe that just lobs all the little heads off. All
To
at
be
once.
honest,
Listen,
as
if-
much as I would like to help everyone with their journeys, I need to get my freedom as soon as possible. So
What does that mean?
And that's to the
Where do you
north,
need
you
to
said,
go?
yes?
I need to go and either get chess pieces or find a way just to escape. But the chess pieces seem to be my only clear way out.
Which
But
is
you said
north,
that's to
right?
the north.
Yes, but I
Right, but while you're travelling with us, like we obviously will and have with Orba, we can protect each other to a certain extent. We're not going to let you get, taken by the Broken Crown.
Just for contrast, I mean,
Gentle Void.
is anything you've done for chess pieces thus far something you would be able to do alone?
I guess help never hurts.
It seems to me, if we're here,
Yes.
and the Goliath wants something there, the Halfling wants something there, I want something here, at the very least we can proceed up through
Well,
the
hey.
Aura. And you wanted to go where?
Took two.
That's it? Took two?
Well, look, I'm not sure.
Is this
Again,
exact
I'm not sure if
moment
it's-
the right time
I
to do
don't
that?
know. I wanted actually the second opinion.
Do you know where Armand is in Took two?
Yeah, I do.
Well, first of all, you definitely have an idea that he's not in the 4th precinct, because
Right.
Jillian said she's
Yeah.
going to have to find her way to him. So you're looking at finding your way into one of the restricted sections of Tuk.
Yeah.
If
So-
Jillian is having trouble getting into most of Tuk-Tu, I can't imagine we would have a very easy time.
I know, you're right. The problem is I don't know when this restriction, is going to lift.
We could have a reason to go to the 4th precinct.
If we could get to the 4th precinct, there's a chance that I could at least get some kind of a message to him.
Might I express the concern that it's very possible that the plague that's happening in Tuktu is really the concentrate and we would all be exposed to it?
Yeah, that's very possible, which is why I was thinking of maybe if we broke into the 4th precinct, if that's still open, I'm assuming that's probably the least affected area, right? If they've kept it
I
open.
don't know, people could just be stupid.
That's true. People
But
would just
also,
be stupid.
again, if you're trying to reach Armand, that could take...
A long time.
I suppose I could just try to
Is
get
it
a
urgent?
message
What-
to him of some kind.
What does the information Armand have for you? Is it urgent? Because you're just trying to...
I'm not sure.
You're just trying to
honestly, how time
generally find some other sort of something to do with Myconid, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a bit more specific than that, but yeah. Look, I owe him a favour. I said that I was going to contact him. I, had planned on after, we completed this mission on doing that. So if nothing else, I want to at least get a message to him. That may not require us actually breaking in past the 4th precinct and Tuktu, but I should communicate with him somehow.
I will say that if we do head towards Tuk-Tu, there is another bounty. At the northeast gate, the Langolirin have something of a... they need a cursed artifact?
Item,
A cursed item brought to the 4th precinct.
Oh, okay.
And
Does there money
And there's
in it?
125 gold pieces in it for someone who's willing to carry that from the northeast gate of Mukmu to the 4th precinct of Tuk-Tu.
I also have a few people I could talk to and talk to.
I mean, look, I'm sure we could find things to do. I know that it's risky, but I mean, at least that gives us a pretense to go. That gives us, some income as a result of us going. I could get a message to Armand. You might be able to connect with anyone who might have a lead on chess pieces, and hopefully we can get out unscathed. I think,
And if
obviously...
Jillian is still trying to get in, she may be there as well.
Well, I don't think she wants to see us specifically right now. She's trying to lay low, as should we.
Yeah,
And again, is going to... We know that this harvesting yard is connected to Aranchupa, Mukmu, and Tuk-Tu. Anything else? Would getting as far away from this as possible right now in this exact moment, not be the smartest. So we're not constantly looking over our shoulders for the Lemonade Man or this, was it Maurice or whoever?
Well, we're not known, or we shouldn't be known by anyone in Tuktu, really, should we?
But again, if they have they have an intricate system. These 3 cities are connected. They have the south controlled. As far as we know, the north is still open.
Or free from influence from the people that we have
From
been
this
dealing with.
specific harvesting yard, yes. Whether, we know the Mullafairs are involved in Navikapur in some way, but we don't know to what extent yet.
I agree, Erland. I am more than happy than to skip Tuktu.
For the moment.
I just don't want to go near the gas.
I just
Yeah,
worry we
what's that?
go up north then with information that, maybe missing information that we need.
What information would we be missing?
Well, if it's true, and it may not be, but if it's true that Armand has inside information about how this is operating, then that could give us good leads on how we should behave once we get up to Navikapura.
I don't know. I feel like. You mean the happenstances of Navikapura? Or do you
I mean that the way they're building their infrastructure in Mukmu is likely similar to the way they're doing it in Tuktu, and likely similar to the way they're going to try to construct things up north. So if we can sense a pattern, if we can find the pattern, then we're going to be able to better identify it when we go up north to a new place.
Or you could just talk to Cliff Ironcloud.
Well,
Who's the one who's going against all of this? It's his town.
Don't know
Not
if this...
against the harvesting yard.
No, but the mall affairs, that's what I thought. I thought you were referring to that. You're talking about the harvesting yard, not the mall affairs?
well, we know that the Mullafairs are funding the
Okay,
harvesting yard, so we know that they're inextricably linked.
If there was someone you specifically wanted to see in person in Tuktu, I understand, but
it's just
I don't...
Armand.
Do you need to see him in person, and soon?
Well, the main thing is that I wanted to see him before I travelled north. Just
Must
because
you?
I wanted. No. I can be flexible, but I mean, no.
I suppose we could. It's a very short journey to Tuktu. Do we know where the 4th precinct is? Is it to the
The
north?
two
or-
people from you guys would know which section of the city that is. Yes.
Northwest?
Yeah, I mean it's not. It's one of the closer sections of Tuktu. Yes.
And it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4...
It's like a day's journey to Tuktu.
day's journey.
And we
it's
would have to pass Stoddard Farms.
And it's a larger city than Mukmu is, yes? And Aranchupa.
The whole thing, yes. The 4th precinct
Yeah,
is not larger
but
than
Tuktu,
Tuktu, but
yes.
Tuktu definitely is larger.
We
That's-
could perhaps sort of hastily get a couple horses here from Mukmu, ride to Tuktu, and perhaps get some sort of carriage or something that could move us with some haste. We could we could organize some sort of faster travel.
It's not a bad idea to try to get a carriage. I mean, especially if we're going to go on a long journey. I think that's a good idea.
Even if Tuktu is part of this connected network, it is nearby. If we spend a day, maximum 2 days there, we can't wait for Armand too long.
No, I agree. I don't want to wait for him too long. I mean, if I can only get a message to him, then I can only get a message to him.
And those of us that aren't interested in Armand and don't have anything particularly interesting to do in Tuktu, I know you said you have something to do, but either of you don't have anything in Tuktu. You could try and perhaps organize some sort of fast travel, some sort of safe travel, something to get us to Navikapura.
I imagine anything we could buy in the 4th precinct we should be able to buy here.
That's true. I mean, we could buy a carriage here if we wanted to.
I think we should get what we need here so we're prepared to either stay in. If we run into trouble when we see
If
Tuktu,
we run
we
into
just
trouble in Tuktu, we
keep
want to
going.
get out.
All right.
we scope it out from the outside, and if it doesn't look good, we keep
don't-
going.
Yeah, I
Then
agree.
perhaps we just leave Tuktu alone right now. If that's where it's happening,
It
and
wouldn't be
we're to
the worst idea.
and we're to leaving it alone.
Yes.
If it's where they are truly conducting the experiments right now, then maybe this isn't the moment to go there.
If they're truly conducting the experiments right now, I have to wonder if Armand's even remaining there.
Exactly.
Right.
It's already too late.
He may be
frankly.
trapped, though. I mean, they did say no one could get in or out, so...
He's resourceful.
I mean, he's a man of means, and certainly, yes, resourceful is an understatement, but...
Do the reactions to the concentrate... Would that look like a plague if it happened to everyone at once?
I mean, I would
Probably.
say so, probably. You've got nausea, vomiting. I mean, it looks like a flu almost, you know?
And how long did it say? Do you remember what the journal said about how long
Couple
those...
of days.
Hides after a couple of days.
So, in theory,
When did that start?
if we become exposed to this gas, we are vulnerable for days. Not to mention if we are B's or C's.
What I'm saying is, when did the plague...
When did it...
When did the plague begin in Tuk-Tu? Do we know?
Well, Jillian arrived in Tuk-Tu
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
So, there you go. She's seeing it.
What I mean is, if we take a day to get there, it might have dissipated by then.
That's what I'm saying. We could go as close as we can to the
we should
fourth
maybe at
precinct.
least... We should
See
maybe
what
at
it
least
looks
have a
like, and if
look.
it looks bad, we just keep going.
We can have a look. If anything, we can ask people on the road and see sort of... We can... There are ways that we can suss it out before we go in. I also wanted to bring up with you guys maybe the possibility of staying here just for a little bit, just for maybe a night longer, just because I know it's maybe silly, but I did kind of want to poke around some of these holes.
I don't think it's worth it, Safira.
I don't think so either. We've caused
It's
enough
great
trouble
that we
here.
have it, but what is it really going to do for us?
I don't know. It just feels... I don't want to let it lie. Okay. I mean, if you truly think it would be nothing useful, if this is in any way a roadmap for how they're trying to set up operations, it may not be.
Maybe this is something for Jillian then.
Give it to Kelsetra.
That's not a bad idea. And I'm going to kind of, thinking that that's a good idea, she's going to kind of start to take out a piece of parchment and like try to copy it as best as she can so that she
So,
can
I mean, you
get
have it
the
there with you.
actual-
You can definitely make a
Okay, so I'm going to make
rendition
like
of it.
a copy of it and say, okay, I will give this to Kelsetra and Jillian. If we're not going to investigate, I think that's the best thing to do. Is there anything else that we're forgetting before we leave this place?
Well, we need to.
I mean, obviously, I know you still have unfinished business, but
We need to. Well, I mean, again, I think that like if we can pool our resources here in this regard, I truly, if they're not speaking to anyone, I don't know how lucky you're going to be trying to eavesdrop.
I guess we'll find out.
Perhaps she could disguise herself, or
If that needs to happen, I will.
I do think we should
Ask
try
for
to
it to
avoid
happen.
drawing any kind of attention. if
Yes.
we can avoid it, and I think it might draw attention just asking a question in this town, at least.
so we need to organize travel.
A carriage, perhaps, if it's
I need
affordable.
to
Stables.
send this off.
Stables at the Lakeside Inn would be where you would buy
There's
a
one
carriage.
next to the Lakeside Inn. There's also you and Orba didn't see this. There was like a stables and you didn't necessarily see carriages, but that area across the street from where you met Kohar Langolis, there was like horses, there was stables there.
Oh, we've been to the stables, remember? You went to the stables to ask about Melody.
Yeah, that was Lakeside Inn.
That was the
Oh,
one next
sorry.
to the Lakeside Inn. There's you seem to have seen at least 2 places where you
Got
can get horses.
Okay.
And rations. We need to get a hold of rations.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
You guys.
All right.
And with some tentative plans drawn up, that is where we're going to end
Oh
for
my
the evening.
goodness.
Thank you for staying with us as we draw out the next phases of the plan. A lot to think about here as you guys are figuring out where to go, who to talk to. Join us next week, please.
Yeah.
Sunday, and see where we end up. I mean, we have some thoughts, some ideas, and we'll figure out which direction we go.
Yo, did my new emote get approved? No. Come back next
Hopefully
week.
next week.
What a emote.
We'll be there.
Oh man!
We got an emote though, thanks to RGB Tur subbing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very
Yay.
much.
Appreciate
Welcome to the
it.
stream.
Welcome.
This was a conversation-heavy episode. So I hope you
was,
Don't sound so glib.
Conversation.
Graven doesn't like conversation.
He's a man of action.
I had to fight to have a conversation today. I think.
We're gonna have this conversation. Join us next time, 7 o'clock. We'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
And we'll pick it up and figure out where we're headed from here. A little espionage,
goodness.
little travel.
Yeah.
We'll see you then.
Oh,
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.